Thinking of your card? Yes. Keep your eyes shut. Concentrate on it. Imagine yourself in your home. The card is in your hand. Look around you. It's a memory. A good one. Keep your eyes on the card. The good memory is playing out. Okay? Vera? What is my card? 5 of clubs. Correct. It's a good trick. And I expect we'll be seeing a lot of good tricks this day. Hello once again, everyone. Welcome back to the next episode of A Turnabout with Too Many Faces by DWAM, a man whose name I still don't know how to pronounce. Unless we're left our intrepid hero. Actually, who is the hero of this game? Is it Phoenix? Is it whoever this person is? We don't know. It wouldn't be a damn case if things, made sense. My day, my head feels like it's about to explode. But, aside from that, I can't complain. But enough of that. Let's focus in on what's really important. This totally fictional story. You all remember what happened, right? I don't actually need to be going over all these reviews every time I start a new stream. I mean, most of the people who watch this, if anyone, is going to be checking the VODs anyway. Well, they'll probably be binging, who knows? I don't know. Anyway, tricks, facades, shams, deceit and dishonesty. I told you wouldn't figure it out. Smug. I see we're seeing a new facet of our heroine today. That being that she is in fact really smug. No, I know how you do it. Oh. Okay, good talk. I realized it yesterday. What you do. I heard you. Say what's on your mind. Why? You can read it, can't you? I try not to. I have a bad tendency of meddling in people's lives that I'm trying to fix. Shit, we can actually do stuff. We can present. And that there's literally nothing in the court record we can present. Fantastic. We move around freely. Okay, I wasn't expecting this. I'm not really sure. There's nothing here. There's nothing in this entire room, it looks like. Okay, what do we want to do? Man. Our heroine drank so much Red Bull that she finally figured out how to read minds. Revolutionary. It makes for a good party trick, right? That's about where the glamour ends. You're a kid. You can hear people's thoughts, you tell your parents you're hearing voices. You get locked up. Used for political gain by his dad when you realizes you're not crazy. You know how it goes with these things. I've learned to tune it out over time, but my mind wanders and takes a peek here and there. Fortunately, I don't have a long range. It's not like I can listen in on the president or something. It's gross and intrusive, as I know. As I said, I'm trying here. The only reason I'm so open about it is with you is because you seem to be... receptive? Receptacle. Full of garbage, no doubt. Well, that and she seems to have literally realized my presence. It's usually the asocial types that get me. Spend so much time in your own head and you'll notice when a voice you're hearing isn't your own. I promise I haven't dug through your head. Just caught a glimpse of an occasional thought or two. Okay. I'll trust you. Thanks. Get out. Truth be told, though... If I had mind-reading powers, I wouldn't lie. I would use them primarily to help come up with really cutting comebacks. As noble as I like to make myself out to be, the real reason I try not to do it is because I've come to see things I fear. How many people have pictured you naked? It's a terrifying thought. Especially with what happened to a fortune teller's. Fortune teller? That one wasn't supposed to transmit. So, fortune tellers. Are any of them real? One must wonder. Probably not, that'd be okay. I did it more out of morbid curiosity than anything. My first year of college, I lived in a pretty seedy part of town. There are streets, neon lights on every corner, drunkards singing into the night. Perfect place for a little fortune-telling office. It was next to my apartment building. One night, those neon lights turned red and gold, and I felt a bit mean. So I paid a visit. I don't remember the fortune teller's name, and she hid her face. It was a woman. It could have been anyone here. She could be you. She could be me. She could even be Squidward's house. But probably not. What I do remember is her silly little crystal ball. I almost burst out laughing then and there. We sat in this dimly lit room, and she spoke her magic words into the ball. And she told me, "You're alive for now, but good is dead." I saw it all in my crystal ball. It was pretty funny. Haha, kind of funny too. Like you were some sort of clown, for her amusement. Oh, you think you're funny, old man? Well, I'll show you. I was curious when they went through a fraud's mind when they spoke that kind of garbage. So I looked, and I saw her thoughts. I saw what she saw in her crystal ball. And beyond that... she was tethered to... somewhere. Judging by the background, that somewhere might be the internet. Truly, that's a horrible fate. I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. I caught a glimpse of something greater than us. Something that goes beyond time itself. But I was too distracted to focus on it. It's the faces of the dead. The dead I've known. Saw the face of my sister, and she stared right back. I pulled back and ran the hell out of that little office. But ever since then, I keep seeing my sister in my dreams. Every night, without exception. I'd open the door to somewhere and she'd escaped. She's haunting me. Man, there's a lot of ghosts occurring this week. Like Zoink Scoob. I bet it's just Old Man Jenkins using a movie projector in the back of his van. And I desperately need to get away from her. That's how I learned that some doors are better left unopened. And that between knowing and not knowing, ignorance is bliss. Oh, for taking up your headspace. It's... okay. Okay, so who is your sister? And why is she dead? She still haunts your dreams then? Your sister? Pretty much. She doesn't do anything. She's just there. She's just standing there. Menacingly! And I know she's there. And she knows that I know she's there. And I know that she knows that I know she's there. She knows that I know that she knows that I know she's there. It's not like an illusion. She's really here. She's in my head. Burrowed somewhere. The dreams feel like she's trying to figure out how to get out. And I'm well aware. Because I always remember the dreams. It's the remembering that's the problem, if you ask me. I can't stop her. If she's really somewhere inside me, phrasing, she's bound to come out. Or just destroy me from within. Or change me. Without me realizing it. She's always had these plans, my sister. I know her. She never stops. She does not sleep. She does not eat. She does not possess mercy, compassion, or hesitation. I was trying to do the Terminator speech, but I couldn't remember what it actually was. I'm sorry. So the best I can do is to try and treat the symptoms. Alive for now, but good as dead. Talk about a self-fulfilling prophecy. Wouldn't she never stops mean she never stops eating, sleeping, and all those things at the same time? I don't see how, Otome. I think those are all things... Like, you can stop individual things just as long as you never stop, you know? Like, you never hit the brakes on doing active stuff. Honestly, I'd consider it never sleep, like, doing any amount of sleeping stopping. So by that logic, I also never stop. Right above my head. I've started taking a drug before I go to bed. To make sure I don't remember the dream. Yes, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. It works, but it's had some interesting side effects. Doctor, do you often dream? I feel like you've asked me this before. No, I remember, like, maybe one dream a year, if that. And it's not particularly pleasant when I do. At night, I've been having these out-of-body experiences. Like I'm a ghost, floating through the world. And I go to places I've never seen before and follow people I've never met. To be honest, I'm not sure if any of it is actually real. As I said, my powers are pretty short range all in all. If they're dreams, then I haven't caught sight of my sister in any of them. I don't feel like dreams, at least. I keep seeing this one man. It's like I'm stuck in his head. Ah. Oh, later away. The man in the blue beanie. The lawyer turned gambler. Maybe she could be a serial killer, taking memory erasing drugs, going on a killing spree while sleepwalking, then dreaming about it. No one's died though, is the biggest issue. How can you be a serial killer if you haven't killed anybody? The answer: very carefully. You know him, then. I guess the experiences are real, then. Yes. Talk to me about this man in the beanie. Maybe she just eats too much cereal. Yeah, that's probably the issue. Don't eat too much before bed, kids. You will sleep terribly. He's landed himself in some hot water. So have you, but let's not tell her just yet. Whatever he's caught himself up with. Oh, you tried it before? Look, when you have a lousy sleep schedule, sometimes you just wind up getting really off schedule. That's all I'll say. Whatever he's caught himself up with, it's connected to what's happening here. And I'm certain of it. After all, people who have been trapped here all this time are somehow testifying at his trial. On the first day, it was Star. Just when the second witness was supposed to show up, I woke up. It didn't seem to matter anyway, since the second witness, Lisa, testified on the second day. Now that I think about it, what happened at the end of day one? Hectic as its setup appeared to be, it obviously got extended. But why? The answer should have been somewhere in Wright's mind, but... the thing about being in people's heads is that it's a lot easier to dig around the older memories. Fresh stuff still isn't fully settled in, so it's more difficult to know where to look. He himself didn't seem to give it any thought during the second day, at least, so... So what? So buttons? That's generally what you do. Oh well, I guess it's my fault for coming and going at all the wrong times. I wonder how the trial ended. Is it over? The rules in the Ace Attorney world is that trials can only last 3 days, the level Phoenix operates on. So considering that this is listed as a 4-day trial in a turnabout with too many faces, like the walkthrough I checked earlier. Not sure what to make of any of this. And I guess I can at least look into some things here on my end. Say, Vera, you're a forger, right? That's... Relax, I'm just curious. It's just something I've heard. I haven't dug it for her head. Honest. Have you ever moved on to anything beyond paintings? Huh? Aha! Never mind then. Okay, she doesn't know what I'm talking about. Does that mean someone planted all those key cards in her studio? Is that why she's here? Is he going to be okay? A mutual friend? I'm sure it'll be fine. I've been trying to help where I can here and there. Not that he's too appreciative of it. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll let you know. Thanks. And thanks for listening. It's a lot and probably doesn't mean much when added up, but it does count for something to someone. Okay, go talk. And that's all we had to say to her. There's still nothing in this room. We can't look at any of these books or anything. So, let's get somewhere else. Where do we want to go here? I imagine we're gonna have to go to all these places anyway, it's probably not that big a deal. If it were up to me, given what I just seen, I'd want to go to the entrance area and check if there was any evidence that anyone had in fact left. Because naturally that would change quite a bit. Yeah, let's do that, why don't we? Let's head on over. There's no one here. Dope, exactly what I wanted. The bloodstain under the rug is still there. Still haven't told anyone. Nor noticed any strange behavior from any of them. I mean, I haven't spoken to two-thirds of them, so that doesn't really tell us anything. My god, we have actual evidence. Under the mat at the entrance area of the Nightingale Hotel are traces of a large pool of blood. It was not present during the first day. Interesting indeed. Alright, we cannot present the blood to the blood. Blood has nothing to say about itself. The blood has poor self-esteem, I'll have you know. Anyway, we just read Vera's mind. She should probably be safe. Let's do this now before I forget. I'd rather not upset her if I don't have to. Alright, that's a fair enough point, I suppose. So then... yeah, stairs. No one wants to use stairs if they don't have to. Let's stay down here at the beginning. Let's check out this smoking area. Would you like a smoke and a pancake? You look busy. Oh, look who it is. I'm glad to see you out of your room. Yes, you certainly gave the impression that you're happy to see my pretty face. I was trying to be sociable. Honestly, how come people always insult you when you do what you think what they keep saying they want you to? I don't get it. And you weren't too good at it. Now you know. Well, what am I supposed to do with my newfound knowledge? Stay quiet? Forever? Oh, I don't think I'm gonna do that. Well, consider me shocked. Anything in here? Not looking like it. Nothing here. Alright, so what are you up to? Yeah, what are you up to? Not quite a few papers there. I've been looking over those notebooks. Yeah, Turnabout with too many faces? Sure, let's call them that. I mean, the name's right on the covers. I'm trying to think about the culprit's intent in leaving them behind. For instance, let's take a look at the first one. Well, it has a lot of stuff about the Van Dyne Museum and its security. It's fundamentally a report on me. My address, my history, my current jobs, tabs on my boyfriends. Our fiend has certainly been busy. Similarly, the second volume is a pretty thick folder on Miss Basil. Now, there's also a company's role in Van Dyne's security. Right, but you're missing the point. Yes, all the talk about Van Dyne's security and the Golden Mask pretty much confirms that while we're trapped here, something is happening back in the city. And us being trapped here is some means of accomplishing that. Whatever it is, I think it's a safe bet that we'll be released as promised. But I doubt it'll be that simple. Don't you get it? The Fiend is leaving these behind as a threat. Each day he'll show us a dossier of us as if to say, I can get you at any point. And the fact that he's trapped us in this hotel shows that they have power and influence to boot. Or for any other article of footwear you might prefer. I am beyond convinced that when the fourth day comes, we will be asked to participate in this scheme to some degree. It could be a matter as simple as lying. It could be more. I can't tell. Hi Neil, you should have showed up a few minutes ago. I am very, very confused by what's happening right now. Hovers over the bong. Ho, don't you do it. Ho, don't you do it! But mark my words. Nothing good awaits us on the god! Oh my god. You had to do it, at least work on your comedic timing, crimine. As I always say, F yeah, Nia, you've literally never said that in my presence before in your life. Sorry, too pessimistic for you. Just thinking, that's all. Asked to participate. There's a trial happening in parallel to this with Star and Lisa testifying, supposedly. If the real pair are here, then those in the stand must have been imposters. Okay, I was gonna bring this up on my own time anyway. If the trial really is happening in parallel to this and not at the same time, being recounted in those folders which we were cleverly misled to believe, or recountings of the thing we were reading and not these folders we're getting here, then indeed the people here at the same time as being down in there must be imposters. Considering the title, A Turnabout with Too Many Faces, likely a single imposter who's just an incredibly talented master of disguise. And if you think incredibly talented master of disguise, you think Phantom Thief, which would certainly also explain the Phoenix we saw in the security camera during the trial. And the Phoenix Desiree saw, assuming they're the same person. Now, that trial, last trial day we played, ended with Phoenix figuring that Olga Orly must have drugged him with Nemesis, and Desiree to make her forget about the challenge he subjected them to. But Phoenix doesn't know about the Master of Disguise yet, so there must be some knowledge. We do also have to consider the possibility that the Desiree on the stand is also an imposter. Or it could be Orly. Given the evidence we have right now, I'd say both theories are about equally likely. We're gonna need some more. But what I do know, whatever else happens, is that those imposters are extremely sus and we should vote them off as soon as possible. If that's the case, will the Fiend ask them to hide the fact we were trapped here? I wonder what motive she had to kill Desiree's husband, though. Is Desiree's husband dead? That's what I'd like to know. I'm pretty sure this case was made for a no casualties contest. Is it her son? She doesn't know. It was her husband. You had it right the first time this time. Now there's one other thing I feel like we should bring up. The name Fiend with Too Many Faces is a reference, of course, to the Fiend with 20 Faces from the works of Edogawa Rampo, who was a master of disguise and a phantom thief. Moreover, the idea of being a master of disguise is closely associated with phantom thieves. And of course, phantom thieves are a concept that have already been introduced to this case as the previous owner of the gold mask in question. As seen with, of course, Arsène Lupin, Kaito Kid, and basically every other example of the character archetype you could think to name. Their husband's off-screen death was fake, and he was the woman who escaped all along, and now we are her in another disguise. Yeah, the big question that's kicking around in my head right now is that if we're thinking about living phantom thieves, then Ron is in fact the only person we've been introduced to thus far. But also Ron's a canon character and he's not exactly demonstrated any Master of Disguise abilities before in canon. Now of course, 7 years is a long time. He could have studied. He could have gotten better. Anything's possible. But given that we now have supernatural goings-on on the table, there's also the old Phantom Thief who wore the gold mask originally to consider. Given the amount of detail we've gotten about how little that mask is actually worth, I do think it would be a mistake to discount him altogether. After all, we do know that he allegedly died by falling in a river and never having his body discovered. That's about where my brain is sitting right now, at the very least. If that's the case, will the fiend ask them to hide the fact that we were trapped here? Will he get Star and Basil to play along with the testimonies their fakes gave? And where is his birth certificate? Anyway, about the Nightingale Hotel. How much do you know about the Nightingale Hotel, exactly? Well, if you're asking me if I know who the current owner is, I don't. That said, a boyfriend of mine once wrote copy for this place. I know some general things. Nightingale was originally designed as a massive train station. A train station? Out here? This was a decade or so ago, when the climate wasn't this bad. And it actually made a lot of sense. The station at World's End, they wanted to call it. They had it all figured out. The infrastructure, the train routes. If it was designed as a train station, then it should have had some, like, you know, multiple different platforms, multiple different ways to leave. Maybe some sort of underground area, considering that we're up in the mountains. This is interesting. I think they even started some construction. But then the main investor pulled out. The project ground to a screeching halt until it was inevitably abandoned. Years later, and somebody decided it'd be a good idea to have a hotel here. Gotta say, it was probably a smart move. Makes for a good skiing spot, and the property must have been cheap enough after all this time. I see. Are you satisfied with my answer? Not really. Yeah, I'd say so. Okay. Lady, raise your standards a bit, come on. We're investigating a grand theft here. Criminy. Good. Now you'll answer a question of mine for a change. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Like a zoink, Scoob. Well, that's no gorilla. That's not a gorilla, that's my wife. Can I just leave? Okay, cool. Man, being a protagonist is so easy. Hey, what's up? I'm getting a sneaking suspicion that all four of us are connected. I don't know what your dossier will look like, but I can take a guess. That investor who pulled out for the Nightingale project I just mentioned. His name I do remember. Your last name is the same as his. So I'm thinking you should already have some knowledge about this place. Well, sorry to disappoint you. I don't have a last name. Or first name. How do you pronounce this exactly? Maybe she's actually related to Giovanni, seeing as maybe Giovanni was the investor, seeing as how she apparently shares a name with his son. Same way you pronounce the question mark in Nyon? Nyon? Nyuk. I mean, don't get me wrong, my dad has money. A decade ago. Yeah, match at the time he was on top of the world. Being a jewel dealer leaves you with a surprising amount of spare cash. Are you a Hawthorne? Is that it? God, how many of those little demon spawns are there? So, why'd he pull out? Well, it depends on when it happened, but if this is my dad we're talking about, I'd imagine it's because of a priceless jewel of his got misplaced. Okay, yeah, she's a Hawthorne, whether she's one of the canon ones or there's an additional is still up in the air. She doesn't look like Iris, but then again, who does? Pardon? It was a real big and real important jewel, and when he lost it, all hell broke loose. Let's not even get into what happened when it was revealed who stole it. Sounds vague to me. I don't owe you my life history. I have nothing to do with this. And tomorrow, when we get out, you'll see that, I hope. I can't give you any more information because I don't have any more information. I don't know anything about this place. I don't know why we're here. The first point I can believe you. The second point I'm skeptical of. Which point was first and which was second, I already forgot. And if I told you, you'd be even more skeptical, so what's the point? Unfortunate. Okay, good talk. Well, I'll get back to my work now, if you don't mind. A pleasure, as always. Yep. Good talk. I'm gonna save flashing this blood in your face for a moment, if that's all the same to you. Just keep on lulling her into a false sense of security while we just step upstairs real quick, like. You're not looking too great. Oh, it's you. Don't mind me. I am just observing the morning atmosphere. How are you? It just give her a minute, she's running a dial-up connection. I don't think I want to be here anymore. No, not like you wanted to be here to begin with, right? I do believe that I am starting to, catch cabin fever. Mind you, you seem like nice people, but... I am a bit nervous as to what will happen tomorrow. Well, hopefully what the Fiend promised, right? We'll be released. He will once again be inflicted upon the human race. Yes, I suppose so. Now, it doesn't take a mind reader to tell something's weighing her down. Let's try and see what. Preferably without crossing any boundaries. Nothing of interest here. Is there anything of interest anywhere? I mean, we found that blood, but we knew that was there before we investigated. So, what's eating you, Lisa? Could you keep a secret? I mean, no, it's definitely going to wind up being relevant to the case. I did not want to trouble anyone or cause unnecessary panic. However, after reading that second notebook, I am, in all honesty, terrified for my life. I think we're not alone here. What do you mean? Did you find the bloodstain? On the very first night here, I saw the Fiend. What? The Fiend! The Shadow. The Shadow. The Shadow. The Shadow. Obviously, I can't say for certain whether or not it was the Fiend, but it most certainly wasn't any of us four. You saw his face? Yes. Obviously, we had discussed the possibility that someone was secretly roaming the halls. So I was under the impression there was a silent agreement the Fiend was somewhere here. I worried that if I brought it up, Miss Starr would lead a charge to find him. I did not want to agitate our host, you see. But you've seen the Fiend's face, right? Right? Not so loud. Sorry. As I've said, I can't tell for certain whether or not it was the Fiend. Well, if someone's here hiding from us, they're probably at least aligned with him. Nobody said the Fiend was just one person anyway. This music is really loud. Hold on, give me a minute. Audio balancing. Could you describe him for me? I'm not much of an artist, but I think you can agree I do a pretty good portrait, right? You want to draw the Fiend. I mean, yeah, he's like evil, but like in a suave kind of way. He'd probably get like huge numbers on DeviantArt. Should be solid evidence for the police, right? And puts a target on our backs. Okay, hard way it is, I guess. That face. You're thinking of it right now, aren't you? Saves me the trouble of trying to find that memory. What? Why are you pulling out the sketch pad? I won't tell you. It's for our own good. Oh, no worries. This was just a good reminder that I should do my drawing for the day. Oh. My mistake, then. Alright, what do we got? Shit, it is Ron. Okay. But if Ron was here, then I don't think he could have made it all the way back to LA in time to be imitating all those people on the trial. Unless he left like right after Lisa saw him and hasn't come back since. May I see what you've drawn? Sorry, it's not quite perfect yet. The drawing of the person Lisa Basil saw sneaking around the Nightingale Hotel on the first night of the Fiend's entrapment. I would really appreciate it if you kept this between us. I'm certain that we will be released tomorrow. I am sorry for burdening you with this. In fact, feel free to forget everything. It's an awful haircut. It doesn't look very Evil Culprit-like. It doesn't look very, like... That's Ron. That's Ron Delight. That's Desiree's husband, who we're being led to believe is dead. Are you certain I can't take a peek at what you've drawn there? Sorry. Something, artist's pride. Yes. Of course. Look at this blood. Probably not a good idea to show her that. Probably not a good idea to show her that either. Alright, I see how it is. But this do anything for ya? Megadeth. There we go. I should keep that to myself for now. And what about Vera? Can we at least put our faith in Vera? It's not Dad. I mean, it doesn't matter even if it is, right? He's never been the best guy around, but for crying out loud, he'd never have a hand in this. I can't let Star get in my head. Wright's memory says she's a detective. Or maybe she told me that herself? I can't say for sure anymore. This is all wrong. We're all connected. We're too connected. It's all connected. I've seen Wright's memory. I've seen her in them. Did you do this somehow? No, of course not. You're dead. You're not here. You're not here, and you can't hurt me. I'm stronger than you. I've always been. Not even you could read minds. I am in control. My thoughts are my own. She isn't here. She is just a memory. Just a memory. And then we went to sleep and now we're here again. Alright, assuming they didn't abolish the accelerated trial system and then get it back later, this should be our last trial day. Listen, in my defense, it's not like I try to get arrested. That's not the issue, and you know it. Trucy Wright, my daughter, a stage magician and heir to the great Grammari troupe legacy. She's a cutie. I didn't want you to worry. I mean, you were busy with the magic show and everything. Oh, so when was I supposed to find out? When you were in jail? I'm not going to jail. Listen, the fact that the trial isn't continuing today has to mean they've run into issues. It also means that I'm definitely not making it to Edgeworth's party. Hopefully he isn't too mad about that. Edgeworth's party, is it Edgeworth's birthday? Is it the Christmas party? Does he still have that embarrassing photo from the Christmas party? God, I hope not. Issues for the police are good, because from where I'm standing, they've got a mess on their hands. I still should have known. We're supposed to be partners in crime. It's crime fighting, Trucy. We're partners in crime fighting. I don't think you're supposed to use that phrase in detention center. Daddy? I know. I messed up. The honest truth is that I'm ashamed I found myself in this situation to begin with. And I guess I just figured if I fixed it before anyone found out, it'd go away. You shouldn't have a dad that does what I do. Especially when he could be doing something better. I have to clean up my act. I know that. I've known it for a while now. The fact that I'm not doing anything about it is the problem. I'll be honest. I don't think I can keep up this mysterious hobo persona anymore. And Mysterious Hobo is like a really underrated member of the Avengers, but he's one of my favorites. I'm starting to drink my own Kool-Aid. Oh jeez, no need to be so dramatic. You're doing your best. Screwing up is fine. But I can't have you hiding things from me ever again. We clear? Yeah. Yeah, we're clear. Apollo's your half-brother. No, 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 why would you say that now of all times? Oh, that's adorable. You think we didn't figure that one out ourselves ages ago? Maybe it really is time to leave this hobo shtick behind. It's made you too cocky. Do not take this as a challenge to drop the Your Mom's Alive bomb. Can't deny it. Sitting across from Clave is dredging up my cockiest and worst moment of my career. Sounds like the job for some good old-fashioned memory repression. Oh god, please no, I don't want to forget anything ever again. Speaking of, I should probably get down to business. To defeat the Huns. Have you been to the club? Lucky for us, Emma's the one in charge of Mr. Delight's case. She's not too thrilled about it. Quoting directly, "There's nothing worse than getting to a scene and realizing it's a locked room murder." Yes, come on. Alright. The ball she is in my court now. Let's party. Locked room, you say? You're not looking too thrilled about it either. I'm thrilled about it. I'll take it if you don't want it, Phoenix. I just kinda need something to be simple right now. Now, what you need is a magician. The ultimate locked room consultant. Well, lucky me, I guess. More luck than smarts, let me tell you. Harsh, but fair. So, what does Emma say about Delight's murder? Alright. Hit me as hard as you can, Tracy. Mr. Delight's autopsy showed he died sometime between 2 and 3 a.m. on November 22nd. But his body wasn't found until 2 a.m. on the 23rd. That's a pretty good autopsy result. Usually longer it takes to actually find the body, the more it decays, the looser and less specific the potential times of death are. I guess that's not, that's still within the margin of error, rigor mortis takes about 24 hours. Can be slowed down a bit by reasonably cold temperatures. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, this isn't a plot hole, we just got lucky. According to Emma, although he was found at the club, it's very clear he wasn't actually killed there. I can't imagine. I managed to swipe a copy of the autopsy report. Can't exactly pass through glass, so you better remember every word. Managing facts is so difficult. You know, when Edgeworth got put in jail, he got to keep his whole organizer. Yes, because it's an actual organizer, not a box with court record written on the side. I did that as a joke. No, you didn't. Ron's autopsy report added to the court record. The cause of death is a single stab wound to the neck. Though his body was found at the hideout, it's clear he was not killed there. If that's the case, then the fact that he was found in a locked room is very interesting. Ron's autopsy report added to the court record. Usually when you find a locked room, one of the first questions you have to ask, and not many people actually do this, but it's very important, is to ask why. If the culprit is deliberately setting out to look like a suicide or an accident, that's one thing. But you absolutely, especially in cases like this where it's obviously just a murder, then you have to ask why the culprit went to the trouble. Generally speaking, the answer is either attempting to frame somebody who is implicated by the locked room in some way. Maybe you're trying to frame the person who holds the key, maybe you were trying to frame somebody who was unconscious inside the room. Maybe you planted evidence of a false solution to the locked room that implicates someone else. Or the whole locked room aspect was an accident. Generally, it's one of those two options. So if we find a solution that doesn't look like an accident, we should be suspicious of that first solution. It's the issue. Where exactly did they find him? In the hideout? Got it in one. Our tale begins at 1 a.m. According to management, there was a last-minute reservation for the hideout. Mr. Tombstone and Mr. Hyde wanted a meet-up. What do you think they're gonna say on Mr. Tombstone's tombstone when he dies? Pepperoni and cheese? At 1:30, a member of the staff cleaned the hideout. In other words, the body was not there at the time. The same member who prepared the room was then placed to guard the door. She goes by Silent Sam. Silent Sam. Sam Cardenio? Yeah, I think I know, or I can't quite bring a face to the name, but... in mob speak, though, she's probably, not... Is that how it goes? From what I do remember, nice enough, though. She said she likes my piano playing. Oh, I remember you mentioning her. She's deaf, right? Well, deaf or not, she obviously wouldn't have missed someone slipping by the door unnoticed. Anyhow, according to Sam, Mr. Tombstone arrived at 1:40. Mr. Hyde showed up about 5 minutes after. Neither of the two seemed to be carrying anything suspicious, just a briefcase each. The meeting was short. At 1:50, Mr. Tombstone left the hideout. At 1:55, Mr. Hyde followed. And finally, at 2 a.m., when Sam re-entered to clean the hideout afterwards, there was Mr. Delight's body, sitting in one of the chairs. Oh, this is a really cool visual, actually. Okay, I imagine this is very obvious, so I imagine they're going to bring this up at some point, but I do feel the need to point out the hideout does have a secret passage in it. This is already known knowledge. Also, considering that we know shapeshifters are involved, we should question the identity of everyone who showed up to this case. Like, maybe one of the Mr. Hydes or the Mr. Tombstones that went in was actually someone suspicious, and they recovered the body from a hiding place. Or maybe Sam was the culprit and she recovered from a body from a hiding place, so that wouldn't really help any. There's a lot of ways we could go about this, and it would fit the version of events I gave if the culprit was trying to frame Tombstone and or Hyde. But could it really be that simple? I'm assuming the police are suspecting our dear friends Tombstone and Hyde. Oh, they're denying the whole thing ever happened. Well, no surprise there. Admittedly, though, Ron never struck me as the type to hang typical mobsters. What about other ways into the room? Oh, the window near the stairs could squeeze someone through, but it was shut from the inside. Both on the first inspection and when the body was found. Now, there's a way more fun way to get in and out without being seen. Ah, you mean... a passage behind the bookshelf, right? Afraid that's off the table, though. After, what happened in the hideout last time, management decided to seal the secret passage off. If you moved the bookshelf, you just see a bricked-up wall. But you could, depending on where the bricked-up wall is, you could hide a body in the space between the two of them. They placed a guard on the other side of it, just to be sure. Also, the building that's on the other end of it got bought and won't be abandoned soon. So it's pretty much non-usable. I see. There is a secret passage in the hideout of the Borscht Bowl Club. That's all you're giving me? Yes, we're doing this the hard way. Let's take this step by step. The first thing we have to figure out is how the body got there. I've only ever heard good things about Sam. She wouldn't be a part of this. That's a bit of an assumption, but if you say it and you're our protagonist, I guess I'll roll with it for the moment. So I'd say we trust her testimony. In that case, the best point of entry for Mr. Delight's body is... I'd say the front door. No, that doesn't seem right. This doesn't really fit all the facts, huh? Guess we should rethink this, remember to keep it simple. The window? Process of elimination. You take out the door and the secret passage, and you add in that Sam is deaf. Somebody could have dragged Mr. Delight's body on top of the stairs and threw it over. And then someone pulled him in through the window. But the window was locked when the room was first checked. Meaning that Tombstone and Hyde must have unlocked it and dragged him in. Tombstone shows up, unlocks the window, and Hyde drops the body next to the window. They pull the body in, and Tombstone locks the window back. That's pretty easy. Somehow it sounds like you're not convinced. I told you, Ron Delight didn't strike me as the type to hang around mobsters. There's also some other things. Most people using the hideout are aware of the secret passage. What they most likely wouldn't have been aware of is that it's not usable. I mean, I didn't know. A goon would think the club was a convenient body dumping only if they got to use the passage. The fact that this plant completely ignores it while still insisting on putting the body there makes me think the mobsters were telling the truth. They weren't involved. Someone was just playing their parts. Disguise? It's just my gut feeling. I mean, these days you can make a convincing mask of anyone's face. It feels a bit weird to just dismiss them both as culprits, though. Well, I can't prove they're innocent, sure, but there's some other things on my mind. Oh, just like there's some on mine. Are you saying that the two people were both wearing this perfect disguise? No. I think it was actually just one person. First, seeing Sam was on guard, they pushed Ron's body next to the window. on the outside. Could someone make a mask of Dr. Medoa's face? I mean, you probably could if you want to. You'd only be able to look at it from, you know, these few angles, though. So I'm not sure how useful it would be if you wanted to actually convince someone while like walking around on it. They showed up as Tombstone to the meeting. They unlocked the window and pulled Ron's body in. Then they left through the window and disguised themselves as Hyde. Hyde enters and the culprit waits a bit. Finally, the culprit leaves as Tombstone. They re-enter through the window, lock it from the inside, and leave as Hyde. Complicated plan. Why pretend to be two people? Maybe you make multiple masks when you want to emote, then turn your back to the person and change masks. What? You mean just changing emotions really stiffly? That's utterly ridiculous. Why would you even think something like that? That's very funny, I'll have you know. It'd be quite a shock. But yes, I am too tired to emote, thank you for noticing. All the time, every day. Complicated plan. Why pretend to be two people? Scheduling the hideout for one person would have stood out. The choice of the location, plus the knowledge that Sam is deaf, plus knowing that the secret passage isn't an option, and must be a part of staff. And given that the person who brought him there probably killed him, I'm assuming they must have some connection to Ron. All that put together, plus what I've already learned, it's hard not to see this person as the prime suspect. That waitress at the club? And I've got reason to suspect she's involved in the Golden Mask's theft. To what degree, I don't know, but that ties her to Desiree, which ties her to Ron. And Clavier's right. Ron's death is itself probably connected to the mask. I don't actually remember how we drew that conclusion. Is it just because he was found at the hideout, which is where we work? Let's not even talk about the fact Olga's currently nowhere to be found. Still, could she really have the means to disguise herself as not one, but two people? Something in the back of my mind is telling me yes. But I can't remember what. I think it's something Desiree mentioned when we met that night, but I can't remember. Damn it, why didn't I learn to put every little thing in the court record for later? Something's still bothering me, though. Mr. Delight was already dead. Why go through all the trouble to put his body at the club? And if she just wanted him found, she could have left him out on the street or something, right? Not a bad question. I'm wondering if the hideout was some kind of base of operations for whatever this is. Maybe she was compelled to bring him because she panicked and didn't know what else to do? You'd naturally want to bring the body somewhere you think is safe, right? Well, if you ask me, it sounds random, contrived, and all sorts of wrong. But when did you... You really are losing your touch, Harriet. First you accused Head Shu, now you're off spouting baseless theories. It's not a good look, you know? Oh, you're one to talk. Do you think people haven't heard about your antics during that trial? Miss Delight should have slapped you then and there. My behavior during the trial is regrettable. I'd like to chalk it up to a lack of sleep, but it's clear I have some unresolved issues. I come out at the worst time in the worst possible way. I apologize. To be clear, I don't think I'm wrong in everything I've said, but Daddy isn't a bad person. Don't even go there. I haven't come here to argue, Fraulein. I have some business to discuss with her right here. Yeah, well, my visit still ain't over. Too bad. Trucy. I won't take more than 10 minutes of his time. You have my word. Mr. Gavin, It's okay, Trucy. Get yourself a soda. Go get some snacks. Perhaps a carbonated soda. Fine. Maybe I will get a carbonated soda. I know you're both kind of jerks in my eyes anyway. Nice try and make up or something. No promises, kiddo. She's a good kid. You know that? The very best in the whole wide world. Phoenix is a proud dad. And also objectively correct. Let's try and get something straight, yeah? This isn't about Kristoff or what happened 7 years ago. Yes, you were very clear about that. I know something had to be done. Your way, however, I feel was beyond counterproductive to your cause. And that's all I'll say on the matter. That said, I would very much like if I had nothing more to do with you after this. Feelings mutual. You won't even acknowledge I might have a point. You said your piece. I don't think we have anything more to discuss. He did say he was rubbing off on you a bit, you know? Anyhow, I've done my best to try and confirm your crazy story. Could you imagine my surprise when I found out Nemesine was an actual drug? Should I take that as you believing me? If I am believing you, it's not because of your word alone. But we'll get to that. I see you've taken the liberty of looking into Hair Delight's demise. About as much as I can from behind bars anyway, yeah. Any conclusions? Honestly, this whole thing's a mess. Yeah, you don't know the half of it, honestly. What? That's what Phoenix sounds like when he's surprised, don't you know? So, Hair Delight. What does your instinct tell you? I think you just heard my instincts. No, I'm not talking about how the body got into the club. I'm asking how you think he fits into your part of the story. Well, I told you about what I think happened when Miss Delight and I met. And how Olga Orley was probably involved. And that's only a part of it as far as I'm concerned. Someone still had to drug Miss Delight without her knowing and getting her to make the bet. The only person I see doing that is Ron himself. I see. And according to you, the whole reason for this little double bluff is to give you false hope? Sure. As long as I believed Ms. Delight knew about the bet, I think she'd come to my rescue. Of course, to even go so far as to get me into a trial, I would have had to steal something first. Nemesine or not, though, I see no reason to think I'd ever steal anything. Thinking that way, the second part of Ron's involvement becomes a lot clearer. how I communicate it is a bit more difficult. Is it stealing the mask? And if that's your definition of clarity, I can only dread what you think blindness really is. Yeah, come on, Phoenix. Things are almost making sense here. It's difficult to imagine me stealing anything. There we go. That night. The person who stole the mask must have been Delight disguised as me. More baseless speculation. Excellent. It's not baseless. Delight was Mask to Mask, a master thief. You think he spent the past 7 years twiddling his thumbs? You think nobody's invented rubber face masks? Sounds fantastical, to say the least. Still, hypothetically speaking, assuming that had actually happened. After stealing the mask, someone murdered him and put his corpse in the club. I like the fact that they keep referring to the club. I'm just imagining, like, a bunch of people out on a dance floor just holding glow sticks, raving uncontrollably while Ron's corpse just kind of sits on the floor. Yeah, let's open up this pit. Unts, 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 unts. The system is down. The system is down. That's someone being Olga Orley. It's not impossible he was betrayed, yeah? But this whole scheme... to go to such lengths just to frame you. How did you make him so angry, I wonder? That's a good question. But according to you, I'm hardly a saint, so it must be something I've done. Well, beyond tampering with the courts, your activities should be limited to just illegal poker, Nine? True. Even so. You never know. Something completely random could have caused those dominoes to start falling. Butterfly effect and all that. And what do butterflies have to do with this case? I mean, really. The better analogy I have in mind is that of an avalanche. Well, I could use the analogy of a frayed wire in a hotel. We could do this all day, my good man. That's probably because I have a mountain on my mind. I can't tell if you're speaking metaphors or actually thinking of a mountain. Ever heard of Nightingale Hotel, Herrites? Nope. Should I have? Believe it or not, it's the reason why we're not holding the final day of the trial tonight. A call came in a few hours ago, saying people were being held there against their will. They had been trapped there for over 3 days, the caller said. The hotel itself is off in the mountains under ever heavier snow. Even so, the call made it clear these people had no way to get down themselves, and that their lives may be in danger. Due to the snowstorm and the lack of manpower, Herr Schu's team was sent to investigate. The caller, anonymous, said we would find 4 people there. Lo and behold, we did. I'm not sure why you're telling me this. Because 3 of those people were Angel Starr, Lisa Basil, and Vera Mysham. All 3 core players of this little comedy. Wait. But the caller said they'd been trapped there for over 3 days. Yes. Isn't that something? Are you saying that well, Angel Starr and Lisa Basil were supposedly trapped on top of some mountain? They also somehow managed to testify at the same time? I can't really claim anything, it's not as if I can ask them. All three of them are dead, after all. Okay. What? Okay, that's, certainly an interesting trait. Thinking about this case... I was about to say, the mastermind, whoever they were, must have known that the three people they impersonated on the stand would have turned in testimony in their own defense after coming down from the mountain, but they did consider the possibility that those dossiers were used for blackmail. So, really, what do we know? What do we know? I don't know anything. I barely remember my own name. How long have they been dead? That's the question I expect a twist in. Nah, I'm just kidding. Could you imagine? Hey, remember the part where I was the terrible person? Everyone is safe and sound. I am particularly pleased to report that their Amisham is holding up well. As someone whose fear of the outside world was developed due to being almost kidnapped, most would assume this would be a devastating experience. Okay, Vera's the imposter. That's it. That's what we know. There we go. Case closed. You tell me redeemed a hydrate. Thank you very much. And a stretch. A hydrate. And a stretch. Oh, God, I can feel things again. Okay, here we go. Most would assume this would be a devastating experience. Well, it still may be. Perhaps it just hasn't settled in yet. Or maybe Vera is the fiend with 20 faces wearing a rubber mask of Vera. You ever think of that, huh, smart guy, huh? 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 We'll find out soon enough. All four are being questioned as we speak. So, to answer your question, I have no clue how this gels with what happened at the trial. You'll just have to wait until tomorrow, when we bring this matter to a close, yeah? Yeah. So if we're here, is our nameless narrator in Phoenix's head, or is she, like, still in her own body? Because we've been following her perspective unbroken thus far, but Clavio just claims to have recovered and currently be questioning all four people, which would logically mean that her brain is in her own skull. Unless she's the imposter. But that detail with Vera is still a bit specific. And the fourth person, who are they? Funnily enough, compared to the other three, I have no clue what their connection is. First impressions? Either playing dumb or just an actual passerby caught in the blast. Time will tell. Or rather, Herr Shu will once he testifies on what he learned from them. Until then... Do you honestly think I did this? Well, if you didn't, the truth will come out. I will admit the question is pretty funny, given that you yourself don't know the answer. I wouldn't do something like this. If you say so. You do understand, Herr Wright, that I am just doing my job here, don't you? You might want to tone the drama down, at least. How do you do, Pot? I'm Kettle. Fair enough. If you're truly innocent, Let's get together for drinks, and have an actual heart-to-heart when this is over. Contrary to some of my lyrics, I would prefer not to hold a grudge. And if I'm guilty... oh, then I'm totally validated, and this was a long time coming given all the red flags. Auf Wiedersehen! Good talk. Day 4. Okay, I guess this is happening now. It hasn't been 2 hours yet, we can keep going. Days 3 and 4. And back into the breach, dear friends. Yes, thinking they'd schedule this thing at a reasonable time was too much to hope for, huh? I don't see how you're surprised at our judicial system being unreasonable. I wonder what next week's schedule will be like. Honestly, so do I. The way I'm feeling, I could be coming down with something, or I could just be... enough sleep deprived, we'll see. We'll see. I'd like to avoid taking Mystery Monday off at least, because it's kind of my whole gimmick. I just don't see how you're surprised at our judicial system being unreasonable. Have I imparted no lessons unto ye, my child? I have no idea what's happening right now. I don't think- we aren't Phoenix. Phoenix doesn't have any text bleeps. Oh my gosh, Daddy, thank you for teaching me the value of being arrested all the time. Hey, listen. At least I'm doing better than Aunt Maya. She was a teenager dragged into situations by egomaniacs. What's your excuse? Exactly the same? I'm a child at heart, you know? Also, for the record, I think you've officially broken her record. Maybe? Are we counting the time I got put on the trial in middle school? You got arrested for murder in middle school? Daddy, are you cursed? You better tell me. That stuff gets inherited, you know. Haha. Actually, I might be. I should have Maya look into that. Remind me to do that when this thing's wrapped up. Very brave of you, believing in the reasonableness of the judicial system to let you go. Being unreasonable by nature doesn't mean you can't make them see reason. Speaking of seeing things... why is that person staring at us and why do they think we can't see them? Crap. Yeah, I heard it. That's the 4th person they found at the Nightingale Hotel. Afraid I didn't quite catch their name, though. Your daughter made a good point. Why are the trials being held at these times? It's the snowstorm, right? About the gist of it, I can't hear anything. It's spooky. Happy October, everybody. Now that I've dated the video. Traffic's basically near impossible in this weather. Pretty difficult to even get to the courtroom. It seems to ease up during the night, though, so most trials got moved there. Moved? More like squeezed in. Of course. Power outages have also become pretty frequent. With the danger of potentially dangerous criminals using that to get away, it's not favorable. So it's mostly petty crimes being presided over. More major stuff has been pushed back a month. And of course, with the crime rate being as high as it is, trials do need to still be held. But their length is even more limited by the fact you have other cases needing to use courtrooms. Believe it or not, we got ejected from the courtroom the first night. Case did get scheduled on pretty short notice after all. That was the reason. And on the second day? The trial probably got postponed when you told everyone the actual truth, right? Cool, thanks. Hindering traffic, delaying court proceedings, causing occasional blackouts. How would that interact with the security system, I wonder? Blue Locks is a totally no-budget startup company. That could be a problem. That's all I really wanted to know. Well, that and actually seeing you in person. Junk. And now we're Phoenix again. Always nice to meet a fan, I guess. Something tells me we've met before. In a sense, maybe. Well, you're not what I expected either. Just don't say anything about my shoes, okay? You sounded scarier, that's all. Yeah, most people don't even notice I sound like anything other than them. Does that make me special? You're observant, at least. Observant enough that I think you're my only shot in figuring all this out. Did you ruminate on the gift I left you yesterday? Yeah, it's given me a sense of perspective, sure. Oh, I'm glad to see you're taking this so well. For someone that can apparently dig through my head, you haven't figured out I've seen everything? I hope you'll get to the bottom of this. Well, we both know our performance so far hasn't exactly been stellar. But thanks. I don't suppose you managed to find those lost 6 hours of mine crawling around. I'm afraid things can't be that easy. God forbid. I like the suit. It looks good on you. Brought out a little bit of that bravado you feel like you've been missing. Shaved too. Makes you look youthful. I'm at my strongest when I don't feel alone, I guess. Tut-tut, what about my company? Well, let's hope you don't end up in jail then. For the record, me and the other 3 are only here on reserve. Just in case. Just in case what? You make things even more messy than they already are. You're the mind reader? You think I will? I think you have literally nothing to go off of anymore and are completely desperate. So yes. Good luck, Phoenix. I wouldn't say we're on a first-name basis just yet, Miss, Right then. So just to be clear, there was a woman there who just spoke to us, right? Yes? Okay, great. Daddy isn't crazy. Score 1 for the day. Score 1 out of... Listen, 1's good enough for me at this point. Oh, now, Daddy, that's not the right attitude at all. Since when is just one measly little victory good enough? Come on, show me your fighting spirit. If I do go to jail and never get a chance to say it again, I wanted you to hear it now. You are literally the greatest thing to ever happen to me. If presenting that page meant I would get to have you as my daughter, I would present it 1,000,000 times over, knowing full well what would happen. I have made a lot of mistakes as your dad. While it's easy to say it now, I do mean, if I get out of this, I'm done with the club. This is all I can ever be. I know that now. Not a hustler, but much more than a cardboard lawyer-wise either. It's okay though. I'll figure it out. We've got plenty of roles to fill out at the agency after all. You're right. Let's go finish this then. Somehow. Not somehow. Remember the right way of doing things. Bluff. Bluff. But not like in a poker way, that's totally different. Anyway, it's now actually 10:30. Thank God. That's actually something approaching a reasonable time in my world, I don't know about you all. Court is now back in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright. The defense is ready to rock, Your Honor. Not wise of you to perform plagiarism right in a court of law here, right? I just wanted to know what it felt like. As I suspected, it felt terrible. I guess this will have to be a battle of the bands. And in my career, I have never lost one. Not once. Maybe you just haven't been given the proper challenge. Wow. Scratching off guitarist in that list of talents for you to take up. Let's just keep me away from music in general from now on. Are you ready, Prosecutor Gavin? No. No. I will be when the time comes. However, in the time between the last session and today's, certain events have taken place. I believe before we can circle back to Herr Wright's involvement, we must clear up an important matter. Who trapped 4 people in a hotel up in the mountains? How is it possible 2 of those people gave testimony in this case while there? Why was one of those people Vera Meisham, who seemingly forged a security card? Who is the fiend with too many faces? And will defeating them allow us to bring about a turnabout with too many faces? And then the credits just start slowly rolling up the screen. Without answering these questions, we are bound to wander in the dark. Forever. And until we shine light, we cannot point the finger at Herr Wright. I guess Dr. Modo's theory that everything was happening at the same time all along is right. That wasn't a theory, they just told us that. Clean the wax out of your ears. Wash your face. Comb your hair. And don't forget to wash behind your ears. Brush twice a day at least. And floss too. Honestly. Make no mistake though, I am ready to rock. Well said. And I too am ready to rock. And let's consider this a jam session before the real thing. Achtung, baby! Detective Gumshoe, lead us in. Well, rip my throat. Let's skip the name and occupation bit. Shoe, please tell us about the incident at Nightingale Hotel. Hey, pal? Yes, detective. Double-checked with my wife. Turns out I might even have an alibi for this one. Yes, very funny. It would be if there wasn't an actual chance you'd accuse me. Now, these are some major trust issues you've given me, Harry. You're gonna have to work real hard to make it up to me. I'll do your laundry for a week. I don't wash my clothes. But I don't actually have a wife, so that would be appreciated, thanks. And Gumshoe, you poor bastard. Wait, if you didn't have a wife, why did you just bring that up when we mentioned her as a motive? You absolute buffoon. You entire circuit. Anyway, talk to me. We got an anonymous call saying there were people trapped in the Nightingale Hotel in the mountains. We found 4 people. Their captor had introduced himself as the Fiend with too many faces. They claimed to have been there for 4 days, starting on November 21st. Angel Star testified on the 22nd, just after midnight. Lisa Basil on the 23rd. Both, though, impossible. So, the people who were on the stand must have been imposters, pal. The 3rd person was Vera Mysham. She claims their security cards were planted in her studio. The last person is Jamie Strange. Strange Sr. owns the Nightingale Hotel. Apparently someone had hacked into the owner's account and sent that email telling the staff to leave. There's no clear motive. The Fiend only said they were not to kill each other. I'm not sure how all this ties into the case. The Fiend was maybe the theft's mastermind? Yeah, we could have done without the maybe part at the end, Hashu. If nothing else, if Miss Starr and Miss Basil weren't on the stand. And the only motive for their kidnapping that I see is a practical one. The culprit kidnapped them so they could take their place on the stand. Trials in this country last no more than 3 days. Which explains the length of their captivity. The culprit took the first day to commit the crime, then the other 3 to fake the testimonies? Sounds to me like the culprit planned to have someone take the fall to begin with. And then ensure they got found guilty through the trial that followed. What about after the trial, though? After all 4 got released? Wouldn't the truth have been revealed at that point? The moment they went to the police, like it now has? That was the most important question that was buzzing around in my head. I have my own theory regarding that. Ms. Starr? Hello. Before I get to my point, I want to reaffirm something. Today is the first time I've set foot in a courtroom in a long while. Whoever testified for you wasn't me. Okay? Okay. You know, before my bosses get the idea I somehow let a mask be stolen on my watch. I don't know how they impersonated me, but they seem to have done a fine job. I hope you've seen the error of your ways. Seeing the real deal and all. Glad we got that out of the way. Now, what was I saying? On the first and second day, we found these notebooks lying around. One contained information on me, the other one on Basil. The way I see it, the culprit probably intended to use this as an indirect means of threatening us. If not a threat of safety, then plain blackmail. Some of the information here is definitely not for public consumption. Of course, no more than 2 of these dossiers were ever left behind. Similarly, there's the question of Vera Mysham's cooperation. With those cards in her studio, she was bound to be seen as an accomplice. Furthermore, Jamie Strange's purpose in this scheme is not entirely obvious. I think the answer to all those points is actually simple. Whatever plan there was, it fell apart on day 2. Probably when I proved Ms. Starr's involvement in disabling the alarms. With the suspicion no longer being on me, the patsy, and Ms. Starr now wanted for questioning. Once Ms. Starr was released, she likely would have told the truth to the police, threat or not. As for Ms. Mysham, I'm willing to bet the plan was to impersonate her on the stand as well. She could have confirmed that she helped me, likely in exchange for avoiding any kind of jail time. The culprit was probably banking on the court taking into account her frail mental condition and age. I'm not sure about Miss Street, but I'm sure it's also something along those lines. That's diabolical. Of course, for this to work, there needs to be that patsy who ends up on trial. And as someone who successfully defended myself in court multiple times, I was obviously the best choice. Or me, in this case. The culprit's plan to actually steal the mask needed two people. The first would impersonate Angel Star to take the security system out. The second would play the role of me. Yeah, I was concerned if the two of them could have been in the same place at the same time. I suppose the camera record does pretty decisively say that yeah, that's what happened. The second would play the role of me. Objection! And this is where that convenient line of reasoning gets faulty. If the goal was to make you look as guilty as possible, then the rational thing to do would have been to simply not disable the alarm system at all. It's the only reason Fraulein Starr was suspected in the end. And what if they couldn't do that? Remember that Ms. Starr's phone is supposed to be able to send the whole place into lockdown. How much do you want to bet something like that happens when the alarm is triggered? If that had happened, my imposter would have been trapped. But why not have just framed Miss Starr for doing everything? Why involve you? That's a good question, Your Honor. Ah, let's not forget that it still could have been you. By your own admission, you took a drug that wiped your memory. It is entirely possible that the culprit planned to steal the mask as Miss Starr, but was beaten to the punch by you, as I'd suggested earlier. But in that case, Miss Starr would have been the prime suspect. And to think of it, I think this answers His Honor's question, too. What would have been the point in trapping people in the Nightingale Hotel? Furthermore, what would have been the point in involving Vera in any way? If Miss Starr was seen as the culprit, there's no reason to make a fake keycard. She had hers. And the only reason you even looked at Vera was because of her connection to me, right? Now let me serve that line of reasoning right back at you here, right? Yes, that rhyme of reasoning, crashing upon the waves of evidence. It's like poetry. If the intent was to frame you and have Vera Meisham support that you forged a fake security card, and if the fake Angel Star and fake Phoenix Wright were working together that night, then why do they make such a huge blunder? Why, at a time where the fake Phoenix Wright should have used the fake security card, was he anywhere but that door? There is no reason for the fake Angel Star to have not just let him use it. Without this mistake, suspicion would have never fallen on her. That's also something that was kind of bothering me, yeah. One set of facts suggests they were working together, but another points to them not sticking to any sensible plan at all. Maybe there really were just two people? Either way, the one thing that is becoming crystal clear is that I was an intentional target. It couldn't have been Star. It had to be me. That's what the culprit was counting on since the start. So in that case, what was Angel Star doing? As Hashu said, we don't know the motive for sure. And I am certainly not in favor of rushing to any judgments that would immediately favor you. Oh, now why would that be? It is clear that the matter needs to be examined further. At the very least, I believe we can agree that the events at Nightingale Hotel do put quite a lot of doubt on Mr. Wright's guilt. Score 2 for the day. Snap. 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 Well, Herr Wright, you've heard Herr Judge. The matter needs to be examined. Examine then. Again, preferably without indicting me this time, pal. I'm not gonna live that one down for a while, am I? Here's the cross-examination. Alright. How can we involve the remaining person? That's the biggest question. I take it you haven't managed to track the caller down? First we managed to get is that it was made from a public payphone. The matter is still being looked into, but I wouldn't get too hopeful. With the snowstorm, a lot of the phone lines have gotten skewered. Needless to say, the tracking process is challenging. Any distinguishing features in the caller's voice? Afraid not. Are we using a voice modulator? Looks like this is a dead end then. But if it was someone outside this closed circle, and they wanted to hide their identity, the culprit would be the most suspicious person. It's entirely possible we're still playing to their tune even now. Or it's entirely possible that Ron was, as we've been led to suspect, the mastermind and somebody overthrew him. We still need another piece to finish this puzzle. So you got sent out to investigate the hotel? Unfortunately, given how the whole department's kind of in crisis mode. I guess it turned out fine though, given that it was connected to my case anyway. And what did you find when you got there? The 4 people and the fiend. Definitely gonna need some elaboration here. They met their captor? Is that what you're saying? Not quite. The fiend had introduced himself over a record he had left for the captives. What did the record say? Oh, we'll get to that a bit later in Heshu's testimony. For now, let's just stick to the fact that 4 people were trapped. A fiend with too many faces. A fiend with an unnecessarily long name. Hey-oh! Oh, snap! Oh man, even if I go to jail, at least I'll know I got a sick burn off on the guy who put me there. And in the end, isn't that really what matters? Sick burn. Trucy, don't steal my jokes. Thanks, kiddo. I was just wondering if the name was foreshadowing him pretending to be Miss Starr and Miss Basil. Pretty cocky, if you ask me. I mean, the moment you give yourself a name like that, you have to be someone with bravado. The too many part is interesting, though. Do we agree that the fiend was likely more than one person? I feel like a scheme like this requires more hands by necessity. It sounds like you need the extra imposter to play your part at the museum. Heshu, I suggest we ignore the last remark from Herr Wright. I guess it was a bit too much to hope for. I mean, I guess... Let's talk about the people then. How long had they been trapped? 4 days starting on November 21st. When on November 21st exactly? How were they kidnapped though? They got a voucher for a free stay at the hotel for a couple of days. Sender unknown, of course. The 21st was supposed to be their last day there. Instead, they woke up to a deserted hotel. Okay, so yeah, they'd been there for a few days before the beginning of that, so anything that happened on the 21st is not gonna involve the real thems. Okay, that's good. What about the other guests, though? How come they hadn't gotten trapped? There weren't any. I mean, given the conditions back in the city, nobody's really in vacation mood, I guess. The only people who the Fiend had to clear out were the staff. And we'll get into how that was done a bit later. It's not like you've heard this before, Mr. Wright, or anything. Stop asking stupid questions. Let's just get right back into the main crux of things, yeah? 4 people were stuck there for 4 days. And yet, Angel Star and Lisa Basil testified. Why so? Because they were trapped in the hotel, pal! So both Miss Star and Miss Basil deny testifying? Obviously! You can't be in 2 places at the same time. Which means the people who were on the stand must have been imposters, pal. Incredibly sussy imposters. The disguises had to have been pretty much perfect. There's been a lot of advancements in mimicking faces over the years. Thieves in particular have made things real difficult. Fingerprints are the safest way to tell now, but you can't force everyone to always give them. Like you couldn't force Miss Star and Miss Basil to give them. They seemed pretty clear-cut, and we would have expected to find their prints on the scene anyway. They also have their fingerprints on record somewhere already, so I would not waste too much time trying to blame police incompetence here, right? Given the time at their disposal, I'd say they played it as well as they could have. 2 perfect cases of impersonation. Not to play devil's advocate here or anything, but are you sure there's no way for them to have secretly gotten from the hotel to the city? Huh? Well, just, you know, hypothetically. On the first night, Star, the real one, sneaks out and does her night shift. The incident happens, she gets wrapped up in the trial. After it, she makes it back to the hotel before the rest are awake. Something similar with Ms. Basil. 2 issues, of course. The first is that both of them denying doing this, obviously. Since when has a little denial ever gotten in the way, Prosecutor Gavin? And the second is that there is no way up or down the mountain. Oh, really? And how did they get up there to begin with, You fool. The only reason the police managed to reach the hotel was because they got lucky. The snowstorm had definitely eased up by the time we had to get up there. But before then, forget about it, pal. It would have been impossible to go up or down the mountain even with a resilient vehicle. Even the staff just barely managed to dodge the worst of it by leaving hours before it got super horrible. Of course, putting all of that aside, even if they had had a car that managed to beat the weather, the police found no such car. With Fraulein Basil being the last one to return, the car would have still been there, no? Not if there was someone hidden in the hotel who just took it down at the end. Let's not put the other points aside, then. They couldn't have used a car to begin with. Yeah? Put simply, you're saying that it's impossible for anyone to have gone to or from the hotel in the period between November 21st and the police arriving early on the 24th. Is that what you're saying? 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 Sounds about right. This seems a pretty important detail to mention, Detective. Please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. No way for anyone to go, Is that a fact? What if they flew? Pardon? Well, you know, just kinda spitballing here. We have very strict rules against spitting in the courtroom, Mr. Wright. I'm just wondering if they would have been able to get on a glider or something. Probably would have lowered travel time and stuff. You do know the wind is the second biggest enemy besides the cold itself, right? And if they had even thought about taking flight, they would have been flung across the Atlantic. What if they were Power Rangers take flight, written by whoever wrote that fanfic? I just want to make sure we've got everything covered. It'd be a pretty big pickle if it turned out someone did manage to move to and fro. And we didn't have some explanation ready. A wonderful thing I don't like pickles. Yeah, you look like the type. Wow, can't believe Phoenix is performing racial profiling. I don't understand what that even means, and I don't care to try. Speaking of types though, let's talk about the silent one. A neat segue into our third guest, don't you think? Head a shoe. Third person was Vera Meisham. Again, if they were really planted, then the idea must have been to frame her. Assuming she is telling the truth, yes. And by framing her, the culprit had effectively freed. Of course, the other thing to note is that it would have been to frame her, not you. Once again, we must consider that Herr Wright could have acted independently and stolen the mask. Let us consider the actions of our kidnapper, yeah? The culprit could have been intending to frame Fräulein Meisham for the whole thing. You being arrested led to us looking into her, which led to the culprit's scheme paying off. So you admit that I had nothing to do with the forged security cards? Oh, you've already sufficiently proven you likely never used one anyway. Why should I push a point not even I believe in? It's still way too much of a coincidence if you ask me. You getting arrested and the one forger you know being framed at the same time. By completely different parties? It's definitely not a strong point for Clavier. Which is probably the real reason he isn't bothering to push it. Detective, what about the very last person? Yeah, Clavier doesn't really have a singular, consistent narrative anymore. Just a lot of questions. Of course, I'm really in the same position. We're both kind of regrouping at this point. Consolidating our pawns, as it were. What do you think is her connection to this case? Oh! Not entirely sure, pal. Why did the make you stall? Very interesting. The natural first person to suspect on a crime of this scale is the owner. With the culprit being unable to lure Hatham Strange, they went for the next best thing. If the captives ever did reveal what happened, the culprit would at least have a scapegoat. That's the theory off the top of my head, at least. For what it's worth, when questioned, Strange was unaware of having any relation to the hotel. I see. So assuming the owner didn't have anything to do with it, how did the culprit manage to get all the staff to leave? I hacked into the owner's account and sent an email from it. Easy as pie. What did the email say? Just that the owner had been the one to give the guests vouchers. The email claimed he was planning a surprise visit and he wished for the staff to clear out for privacy. According to the staff, the owner is, known to entertain guests like this from time to time. So he's a creepy stalker, then. Why the air quotes? Let's just say that the guests usually entertained him at these sorts of parties. We'll, talk about this hopefully never ever. Let's just move on. What about the motive? There is no clear motive. Is there a dirty motive? That's oddly specific. High-stress situations like these tend to elicit deep mistrust. Depending on tempers, that mistrust can escalate. The Fiend needed them to play nice, so that when he released them, they played along. Having one or more of them suddenly disappear would have looked mighty suspicious. What differentiates a clean motive from a dirty one? The difference between a Kindred Case Files motive and a Detective Conan motive. And a body being found would have caused an even bigger stir, if a time of death were determined. So it wasn't so much morality on the Fiend's part as it was practicality. A clean motive, dirty. You know, like, the number of boob shots involved. That's really what it comes down to. Number of boobies. To be clear, this is speculation on my part, but one I'm pretty confident in. How does this all fit together, then? And we don't know anything about anything anymore. We just had a discussion about it, so I'll just reiterate the main point. The defense believes this Fiend impersonated me and stole the mask. Without a shred of evidence to back up such a claim. We're already establishing people having seemingly perfect disguises. Personally, I don't see what the problem is. We are concluding perfect disguise based on a person being in two places at the same time. You are concluding it out of convenience. Maybe I need to show you some proof then. You definitely do. I'd say this is as good a start for us as any. The existence of this Fiend certainly casts the net beyond, well, just me. If the Miss Star who was on the stand was an imposter, though... Well, she could have been anyone. You kinda don't have a chance to confront her. My strategy for the time being should just be to dig, I guess. Maybe some kind of door is just waiting to be opened here. Yep. Chad, did you notice what the contradiction was? It's on this statement, obviously. It's the one that was added ahead of time. But if no one could have gone from the hotel from the 21st to the 24th, how did Lisa see Ron on the inside, then his body turn up on the outside? Yesterday I showed you everything as I'd seen it. You know what I know. This is my gift to you. I hope it'll help. I have a question for Ms. Basil. Me? How can I be of help? I happen to know that on the very first night of your captivity, you saw someone. A stranger. Not one of you. Gasp. Good thing I don't have to answer when Dr. Medol explains the contradictions for me because I don't know. You're just Watsoning all over the place. Asking questions, getting things explained to you, maybe getting involved in a romantic subplot or two. Honestly, you're getting the easy way out. I see an oath of secrecy means very little to some people. Sorry. Yes, I suppose I'll have to admit it. There was a fifth person present in the hotel, without a doubt. As you've said, it was on the first night. I'd stepped out of my room for a moment, saw him, and ducked right back in, terrified. I don't believe I was noticed. And when was this? A little before 2 a.m. if memory serves.
Objection!
Just a moment. That shouldn't be possible. As the detective has just kindly explained to us, there was no way to go up or down that mountain. If an extra person had been hiding in the hotel, they would have been found, along with you. And yet they weren't. Ain't that curious? You don't mean... Oh, I'm gonna drop a lot of truth bombs on you in a minute, but let's take it one step at a time. Ms. Basil, do you remember the face of the man you saw at the hotel that night? Well, I suppose there's no point hiding it now that I'm out of that awful place. Yes, I remember the face, and I would be more than happy to identify him. I see no reason to play guessing games. It was this man you saw, right? You seem to be asking me questions you already know the answer to. Yes, that's him. That's the man right there. That's the man, sir. Ridiculous. It can't be him. Fräulein Basil is either lying or someone who fell for yet another impersonation trick. Ron Delight could not have been there. Not only am I willing to bet that he was, I think we can actually prove it. Well, you clearly seem to know a thing or two I don't. Your resourcefulness truly knows no bounds here, right? Please tell us then. What proves that Ron Delight was indeed at the Nightingale Hotel? A blood test. The defense believes it is highly likely that Ron was killed where the four were held captive. I guess I was wrong about... I should clarify. I've mentioned a few times that I thought this was a no murders case because it was for a contest. The contest had a list of multiple, like, themes they could have picked from, and not killing anybody was only one of several options. I guess the actual trick was fooling us about what changed. Could have delivered that so much better, but I think I got my point across. Which was an incredibly clever way of going about it. If Miss Basil saw him a little before 2 a.m. and he died between 2 and 3, it's too tight of a timing to be anything but that. This is ridiculous. Now trust me, you haven't seen anything yet. I am a ridiculous little creature, and you will see that very well today. Detective Gumshoe. Back to me? If my hunch is correct, then there should be evidence of Ron being killed there. If you find traces of his blood, you'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Well, letting things get out of hand here. You're effectively sending Cashew to prove something that is impossible to begin with. Is this a tactic to stall for time? As we've said numerous times now, there was no way to get to that hotel. Even if you're going to suggest Ron Delight was there since the start, there is no way for him to have ended up at the Borscht Bowl Club. No. There is a way. No way. Nope. Not having it. Before you even suggest it, the hotel has already been searched. There were no secret passages found. Nothing of the sort. Also, no traces of blood were found either. Sorry, baby, this one's dead on arrival. Anyway, as I was saying, I will now demonstrate how Mr. Delight moved between the club and the hotel. It's literally impossible. There is no way to get between the mountains and the none whatsoever. Not gonna lie, you may have a leg up on me here too, Daddy. Well, I guess it's only natural. There's not a whole lot of options. In fact, I only really had two. The first was that there is a secret passage between the mountain and the city. I happen to know that the hotel was originally supposed to be a train station. Some construction work also got done, so I figured, you know, maybe there's an abandoned railroad running below or something. Wow, sounds very dumb. Which is why I'm glad Clavier nipped it in the bud. Now, what's the second option, though? You're about to find out. I do not deserve to be giving off this amount of confidence, oh god! If I'm right about this, though, this entire thing gets turned around. I just need to carefully think about everything that's happened. It's not about what might be the truth. It's about what has to be the truth. If I get this right, everything fits. Maybe. Given that Mr. Wright appears to be prepared to prove the impossible, I beg of him not to keep us in suspense any longer. For the love of God, how did Ron Delight move between the city and the Nightingale Hotel? I do not know. I have literally nothing to offer you, chat. Is the cold? Did he ski? That's a bit of a leap from that presentation. There's only so much stuff here that could be used to move. Alright. Process of elimination. Taking Nemesine moved Jamie's consciousness into Phoenix's head. Could it be used for physical transfix motion? Probably not, but I gotta try. This is how he moved between the two. It truly is a miracle. It's a miracle how the trial has been going for this long without me losing it. I explained everything to you rationally, and you fling nonsense right back at me. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I just grabbed the wrong thing, sorry. Sorry? For the sake of Prosecutor Gavin's sanity, please accept this penalty, Mr. Wright. If you have something to say, you better get it right. I'm beginning to lose my patience here. Just there's a line of reason not even he wants to cross. Maybe he already has an idea what I'll suggest? Well, either way, here it comes. Alright. The cold, somehow. Nope, that doesn't make any sense. Was it a secret passage after all? Okay. Yeah, sure, that makes sense. I should have known a little crotch punch like that would be the answer. It's not a secret passage, so obviously it was a secret passage. Objection! Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. I'm aware. You found none. But the secret passage I'm talking about isn't connected to the hotel. It's tied to the Borscht Bowl Club, and to the place where the four were held. which is the Nightingale Hotel. We know Rondelite couldn't have gone to the mountains. Yet he was supposedly seen just there. We know he couldn't have gotten into the Borscht Bowl Club, and yet he did just that. We know, or rather I have a witness who knows, there was a large blood stain in the hotel. The blood likely belonging to Rondelite. And yet that blood stain was never found by the police. Now, somebody could have cleaned it up, but it was still there on the third day, so it's unlikely. What, then, are the things we can conclude when we put all this together? But it's crazy. Why is the bloodstain missing? It was never there in the first place. Not at the Nightingale Hotel, at least. Yes, I should have known from the first. One of Dwam's fallback solutions. 2 identical buildings. How does Rondelite reach the mountains? He doesn't. And yet he's seen at the hotel. Except he couldn't be. So the person who saw him couldn't be at the Nightingale Hotel either. Simply put, from the first day of their captivity until shortly before they were found, the captives were not at the Nightingale Hotel, but in the city. Man, can't believe Clavier was so upset by how absurd this is he shot himself. Poor guy. Instead of Nightingale, the culprit had taken everyone to a completely different building while they slept. The city is under a severe blizzard, so the outside conditions matched. As long as the culprit gave the suggestion of absolute cold, they would have never stepped outside. Now we get to another question. Ron's death. It wasn't entirely clear why his body was found at the Borscht Bowl Club, but I think I know now. Convenience. Ron was seen and killed at this fake version of Nightingale. What if that fake version is, in fact, the building the hideout is connected to? Through its secret passage. The culprit just dragged the body from the hotel to the hideout. That also explains the locked room. It was placed right after the very last clientele left. Daddy, the passage is sealed! So, it can be unsealed and sealed back. As for the guard manning it, we already established the culprit can disguise themselves. Who's to say they didn't take the duty over? Or who's to say that guard isn't the culprit? I've been dismissing solutions left and right based on intuition, but there's plenty of other options. But we found them at the hotel! There's a reason I said they were at the fake location until shortly before they were found. Remember that the storm had begun to ease up by the time it was time for Gumshoe's team to go. The culprit had likely drugged everyone and taken them to the real hotel. I'd probably calculated in advance and called it all just before they headed out. There's no way I can allow this. This is reaching unparalleled levels of insanity. Why on earth go through the trouble of making a trick like this? Isn't it obvious? Because it's really cool. Because it's really cool? Come on, man, it's the classic two houses trick. It's great. Oh, yeah, the we thought we were here, but it's actually somewhere else trick. Definitely not overplayed. Very creative, very original. I would not be surprised if there was a fan case that already did this, you know. Fan case? You acknowledged the one-off mention seriously, penalty. But, let me think about this for a second. Alright, the actual answer. My first impulse would be to say to create an alibi, but... Fran's murder being connected to the building only happened because we made the jump, so I guess it would be because they had to. They had to. Why? I don't know. Things usually just kind of roll from there when I say it. Does it look like they're rolling? Nope. Okay, no, it was just to create an alibi. I can think of only one reason. The culprit wanted to give themselves an alibi. By placing themselves seemingly far off in the mountains, we would have never suspected them being involved in the actual heist. Not to mention, if they were one of the people who testified during this trial, we would have seemingly been witnesses to a perfect case of impersonation. Ah yes, the elaborate double bluff. I see. Therefore, by your logic, one or both of Star and Basil who testified here were the real deal. There's a non-zero chance of that being the case. I'd be careful here, Daddy. Prosecutor Gavin is presenting it like it could have been Miss Star, Miss Basil, or both, but Miss Basil can't be involved. She never would have testified about seeing Mr. Delight at the hotel if he was. More than fair. Star was always my target for what it's worth. It should be easy enough to confirm my theory about the two hotels, at least. As I told you, Detective Gumshoe only needs to go and examine the real place the four were kept in. Just see where the secret passage in the hideout leads, and look for traces of Ron's blood. In that case, we're back to the age-old question. How was the mask stolen? You seem to have decided to get rid of perfect disguises altogether. Does this mean you no longer believe somebody masqueraded as you? Let's not get too carried away here. The defense's current assertion is that Miss Star is the culprit. She's the fiend, the thief, and the person who testified on the first day. Ms. Basil, however, was impersonated to strengthen the illusion. And so was I, by an accomplice. Oh, you're missing my actual point on the disguises. The only reason we'd even discussed them was because there was no other solution. No other physical way to explain two people appearing in different places at the same time. Now that you've presented us with one, I don't know if we can take them as seriously. For all I know, the two ladies on the stand could have very well been behind the Nightingale incident. In fact, I'm more than willing to go along with it if that's how you want to play this. It doesn't matter one way or the other. We always return to the only conclusion, that you are the person in this photo. AKA, the thief. So what, even if someone was pretending to be me, you'll never accept it as the truth? Without evidence or logical basis? Not a chance. Maybe it's time to start thinking in a different direction then. But if I presume the person in the photo really is me, I immediately bought into the idea this person must have stolen the mask, but maybe there was another way all along? Honestly, even if this isn't me, it's still worth considering. I've got no new evidence. It still isn't rocket science. You were the only person there. Besides, of course, Fraulein Starr. And Fraulein Starr has a thing or two she wants to say in her defense. Thank you very much. While the prosecution may not exactly care, I won't accept any doubt being thrown my way. This whole double hotel theory is insanity. A sentiment I share. I'm afraid I have some thoughts of my own. And then they just kind of started testifying. We were still in the city? No. No chance. Not possible. I checked every part of that hotel. It was identical. There were windows. We would have seen something from the city. Surely? I also need to point out that this illusion would have fallen apart if we'd ever stepped outside. And the prosecutor brings up a good point. I couldn't have stolen the mask. That leaves you the only person in the footage, right? I'm sorry. I don't think I have anything else to add. My memory's blurry on some parts. That's cause for alarm. Guess I've kinda made my own bed here, huh? If I want to counter this logic on the basis you're a suspect anyway, the whole scheme I've outlined pretty much requires at least one innocent person. And otherwise this whole complicated plot also becomes unnecessary. I'm glad you're finding this to be such an eye-opening experience. Either way, I'm innocent. I'm guessing I can't hope to argue they shouldn't know the details of the crime? Alas, Fraulein Starr's connections have already spilled the beans, I believe. I think I'll take it easy for this one. The witnesses seem to have it all under control. You're getting tense. Everything okay? Just don't worry about it. Oh, I'm plenty worried all on my own, thanks. Alright, when in doubt, press, then press again. Alright, an identical hotel could be just explained by the fact that it was made that way deliberately. I very much doubt you could 100% ensure it's identical. The overall point is that 4 people in general didn't notice a difference in the building. You're telling me the culprit found an abandoned building and perfectly replicated its layout? Would the sheer financial strain be worth it for one measly mask? Depends on the buyer, I guess. I mean, you gotta spend money to make money, you gotta stay on that grind set, baby! See, someone who would go to these extremes would not think like that. There needs to be clear payoff. This ain't it, Chief. Of course, you don't have to trust me. Just something to mull over, yeah? Sure. Of course, it's not just the layout that's the problem, is it? There were windows. It was very snowy. The city is covered in a snowstorm, though. You wouldn't have been able to see anything. But... how would the culprit have known it wouldn't ease up while we were there? Furthermore, snowstorm or not, the city still makes noise. What about traffic? Well, let me think on this, I guess. That's all I had to say. Did you do these sorts of pauses mid-sentence every statement back when you were still at the hotel? That's a problem. Ms. Basil? Well, you weren't gonna go outside in this weather. It was a psychological trick. By believing you were on the mountains, you would have believed outside was doom. But how would the culprit have known it for sure? We'd checked. The doors weren't locked. Of course, there's also the suggestion we participated in the robbery itself. Well, you could steal it, you just couldn't get rid of it afterwards. Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. Got anything else to add? It was already proven you had already helped turn the alarm off. Something you can take up with her whenever you find her. The point is, she was an accomplice at the very least. And the culprits? Well, I'd say it's a very simple process of elimination, wouldn't you? Take me out of the picture. I guess this is the main point working against me, huh? That security footage. If I assume no perfect disguises were involved, for whatever reason, this is me. If I assume perfect disguises were involved and I'm fully clear, I have no proof for it. The former route is probably more flexible, except I'm still missing someone to steal the mask. I'm glad you're bringing us along for this thought process. No problem. So I'm just thinking... In a world where I've proven Miss Star to be the accomplice, is it then possible for someone else to have done it? Certainly a brain teaser, no doubt. She can't possibly steal it after her shift starts. But what about... That's it. I know how Miss Star could have stolen the mask, but I wasn't done pressing everything yet. Or, rather, how she helped to steal the mask. Interesting. Go on. Let's say, for the sake of argument, the person in the footage is me. Even if we assume that, he's still innocent. Earlier, I'd suggested that Miss Star had stolen the mask before I'd arrived. And that had the mask been missing at the time of my arrival, no one would have noticed. The counted for it reason at the time was simple enough. The last person on duty before her ensured the mask was still there. However, what if that person was none other than the culprit? They had stolen the mask, and Star, being an accomplice, testified it was still there. The only other person to arrive, me, would have then been the only suspect. How's that? Earlier you'd said that there was a non-zero chance of this theory of yours being possible. Allow me to inform you it is in fact a flat zero. What? Sorry, I think it's time to stop the show. The crowd's starting to boo. Putting aside the fact you've answered none of the core points raised in this testimony, let me be clear. Your theory is simply not possible. Where to even begin? I use this last bit. Boo, boo, boo! Boo this man! Boo! I mean, I don't want to boo, but someone has to represent the crowd. It would be you, wouldn't it, you conformist? I guess that the last bit would have to do. If the mask was stolen before Star's shift, why did the alarm not go off? The only person who was captured tampering with it is right here, see? Second, this theory essentially relies on knowing you'd be the only visitor that night. What if there had been someone else? What if there had been a group of people? What if they had testified they remembered seeing the case empty? It simply won't do, Herr Wright. Second, very happy to hear you entertaining the possibility this was you. It was a hypothetical. But let's just cut through the main issue here, shall we? There was no second Nightingale. For one very simple and clear reason. On the third day, nobody went to sleep. But... what? You heard me. Nobody slept. If someone had tried drugging them, it clearly failed. Therefore, they could not be moved from the city back to the mountains. Oh, I appreciate you not bringing this up sooner. God. Dick. Fine. The culprit moved him on the second night, then. The culprit could not do that. Forgotten already? The storm only started clearing on the third day. And if they were never moved, there cannot be a second nightingale. And without that, this whole theory falls apart. You knew? You knew this from the start and said nothing. What can I say? I was curious how far you'd take it. Needless to say, you have not disappointed. Especially when you let me circle the discussion back to the main points. Who stole the mask? You've done a fine job of exploring the Nightingale incident, however. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged from the last time. You were working independently from the Fiend, and he from you. The Fiend had disabled the security system because they didn't care if Star was suspected. You just showed up and took it while he was doing it, much to his chagrin. After that, the Fiend played the roles of witnesses in court in an effort to get information. Namely, information on where you'd hidden the mask. When he couldn't get that, he decided to pull the plug on the operation and called it in. It's as simple as that. We have a witness who saw you with the stolen object after the theft. We have camera footage of you at the museum. Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem. Whether or not our Fiend can disguise himself as people... is in your case irrelevant, as I believe I've shown you were likely working separately. Besides, this would become a kangaroo court the moment we accepted that as reasonable doubt. Especially since, again, Star and Basil have actual facts making it the only option. Likewise, there is no reason to believe Rondelight's death is connected to any of this. This whole thing started with his wife visiting me. You're the one who first brought it up anyway. You're the one who said you didn't believe in coincidences. And your reasoning convinced me otherwise. Showing me the alternatives were ludicrous. Much appreciated, Hairite. You've cleared my head. No way. We're back at square one? We're actually at square minus one. While those three on the stand were declaring their innocence, this stupid thing never reacted, not even once. I can't find a single thing to try and latch onto anymore. Damn it, why did I accept that stupid bet? It would appear that in spite of some major revelations being raised, the defense has failed to change the facts of the case before us. And the facts are most certainly not in their favor. It would appear that the Angel Star and Lisa Basil visited by this court earlier were imposters. The same, however, cannot necessarily be said for the defendant at the time of the heist. Not without coming across some unreasonable actions taken by the masterminds. Given the evidence, the prosecution's case is simply stronger. Give me a break, you guys don't even know where the mask is! We might, once Herr Wright begins cooperating with us. This is a totally circumstantial case, isn't it? Even those can be won, you know. Unbelievable. He's taking out a grudge even if he probably doesn't fully understand. What's wrong with him? That's a good question. Tung, 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 tung. The gears just started spinning. Clavier has been acting weird throughout this entire trial. I understood we had some things unresolved, but he's not just being ruthless. It's like he's actively enjoying it. What is he replaced by an imposter too? Oh, for crying out loud, it's almost like he suddenly got a devil on his shoulder. What did Gavin just say? Nobody went to sleep on the third day? Not just most or some, but a flat out nobody? That doesn't sound right. That isn't right. Not compared to what this person is claiming, at least. Come on, load faster, damn you. Your Honor, please, wait. The defense wishes to hear from one last person before you decide on anything. Jamie Strange. Jamie Strange? But why? We've heard from the other witnesses, we should hear her side of it. Maybe she saw something at Nightingale that points to the culprit. The real reason, of course, is that she's a liar. Yesterday she showed me everything she'd experienced while at Nightingale. And one of the things she'd shown me was how her power worked. The only way she can actually communicate with me is when she's asleep. How then was she able to reach out and tell me what was going on? Well, no comment? I know you're listening. Thoughts, Prosecutor Gavin? I personally see no point to it. Clavier? However, if it will give the defense peace of mind, I will allow it. So we've got anyone else to call anymore? Very well. Please admit Jamie Strange into the courtroom. Did you lie to me about the extent of your powers? I wouldn't call it a big deal, but if you could have this out-of-body experience whenever, why wouldn't you call for help? Did you lie about more things? Are you the one pushing Clavier to be this aggressive? What's your game here? Are you the mastermind behind all this? And what of the vision seen by Mrs. Jefferson? I don't know. Answer me! For the one and only time today, witness, please state your name and occupation for this court. Jamie Strange, artist. Does that count as a real profession, finally? Who? Who is this? I do believe you were just told. This is the fourth captive. This is Jamie Strange. And are you sure there was nobody else? Daddy? What's wrong? Everything. everything is wrong. Do you know who I am? Should I? It was all three of them. All three of them were imposters. Everything we saw in that case on our protagonist level was just a performance shown for Phoenix's benefit. That's it. That explains everything. I don't understand. Sure you do, Phoenix. You've been had. It took a lot of effort, you know. Actually picturing all those little events in my head before showing them to you. The human mind is very picky, you see. If something feels off, it'll start setting off alarm bells pronto. Showing you a whole narrative of lies, even if the memories weren't yours. And I knew it'd be a challenge. But then again, I've always liked those. It was all lies. As fake as it comes, baby. Honestly, you really need to stop being so trusting of the strange voices in your head. Shame that rock of yours doesn't work against them, isn't it? If it's any consolation, not all of it was a lie. As you can see, I can read minds, and I did see a fortune teller. As far as me actually being in the hotel and what they were actually doing there, though, I don't understand. Why would you? Because now, you've lost all your credibility. I don't know if you've noticed, but you've been losing it this entire trial. When I first got you to accuse Gumshoe, I knew I had you. And this two-hotel theory? Beautiful. You're the culprit. That I am. You masterminded this whole thing to frame me. Guilty as charged. Why? Who the hell are you? My. Haven't you been listening? I'm the fiend with too many faces. The fiend captures 4 people and places them in a hotel. She orchestrates the bet to make me doubt myself and give me false hope in the trial. She impersonates Angel Star on her night shift. Rhonda Light probably impersonates me. Ron is then killed to keep him quiet. Or maybe there's some sort of argument. I don't know. There was no mistake with the keycard usage. It was always supposed to lead to Star. We were always supposed to find the hotel. And I was always supposed to lift my finger in the air and make a fool of myself. If I hadn't, she would have just suddenly had other people push me to it. Neither the theft or the jail sentence are really the point here, are they? It's the humiliation that counts. You see, children, there's good kink and there's bad kink. And she led me. Every step of the way. Every question. Every time it was time to present evidence. Damn it. Was my fate really sealed the moment I took that bet? I was probably led along even as early as then, wasn't I? This entire case was a stage, and I was the only one not in on the joke. And speaking of something really funny, even when I wasn't making mistakes, my credibility was slowly draining. Right now, its real state is probably... Shit, I wasn't showing the bar. Hold on. It just dropped down there on its own. I don't like the spacing that this fits into my, window, so I'm gonna make that go away now. But it's still there. It's still watching us. Mocking us. What on earth am I gonna do now? Even now. How can I know for sure that these thoughts are really mine? Keep it together! I am not letting you go to jail over something like this. Trucy. You brought Mr. Strange to the stand, let him testify. There has to be something. Anything. Is this your belief in me? Or I thought she planted in your head? Is this just gonna be a stepping stone to more humiliation? Even so. Mr. Strange, please testify about your time at the hotel. Alright, here we go. Honestly, I think they oversold the humiliation a little. I don't feel that bad. I mean, yeah, Phoenix, I got a few answers wrong, but... like, this is not the worst thing Phoenix has done in his career, let me tell you. My father owns the Nightingale Hotel. A fact I was admittedly not aware of. I woke up with the others on the 21st when we found a record the Fiend had left for us. After that, not much happened. On the night of the third day, the police rescued us. After giving it some thought, I suspect I was to be a fall guy if the scheme ever got discovered. There's still something I don't get. Was the kidnapping really necessary for any part of the plan? Was it really worth the trouble, just to humiliate me? Yeah, the hotel was a convenient addition in many ways. Firstly, it let me make sure all the key players were out of the way. But more importantly, it would be an important stepping stone for later in the trial. A curious case of the impossible witnesses. Title pending. If Angel's involvement got exposed, like it did, I call the thing in and suddenly there's a double. If Lisa had acted too suspicious on the stand, I call the thing in and it's obviously not her anymore. If the trail led from you to Vera, as planned, revealing the hotel would have made it obvious she was framed. After all, once they find the real Angel, it's clear the culprit didn't need the fake keycards. And of course, had none of those things happened, it meant you made no progress in the case. At which point, I would have made sure they never spoke about the event after I released them. You would have gone to jail and all's well that ends well. Of course, you did amazing. With some help from me, sure, but hey, don't sell yourself short. You just needed to trigger one of the death flags, and I would have called it in. After that, I just had to plant some more seeds of doubt in your head, and show you my side of the story. You're insane, and so is your whole plan. What if the storm hadn't cleared up and the police didn't reach the hotel in time? I checked the weather forecast. Thank you very much. Joking aside, what about it? If the storm hadn't cleared, then I wouldn't have called it in. Your trial would have still been happening. Angel would have had to disappear, but it's not like you could have proved yourself innocent, right? As far as I was concerned, it could have been one less piece of entertainment. Nothing less. The goal would have still been reached. After the dust settled and the guests were found, what would have changed? Best case scenario, we would have retrial. And you think we would have ended up anywhere else but this exact point? I wrote this story, Phoenix. Do you like it? I call it a turnabout with too many faces. You really do live up to that name of yours, don't you? Alright, let's dig our way out of this hole we're in. Your old man owns the hotel. How did you end up at the hotel? Oh, I got a voucher for it. I didn't remember signing up for anything, but it had my name on it. I called the hotel up and they said it was real, so I just rolled with it. Wouldn't your father have been able to get you a room? Let's just say he and I aren't exactly on speaking terms at the moment. I see. That explains how you got to the hotel, I guess. How did things go downhill? I woke up on the 21st, they found the record. Vinyl, right? What did it say? That we were to stay there for 4 days, after which we'd be released. The only rule was that we weren't supposed to kill each other. Is that part still true? Happy to see you showing some doubt and all, but it might be too late for that. So, what exactly happened during your captivity? Not much happened on the 3rd day the police rescued us. The night of the 3rd day. There's a few different things I could ask here. Could you tell me about how you spent those 3 days? Well, it wasn't exactly a party. We mostly just kept to ourselves. If you're gonna ask me what everyone was doing, I'm not sure I can help you with that either. If you're gonna ask me if I saw a stranger walking around, I didn't know. And to tell the truth, my memory of the whole thing's a bit fuzzy. Fuzzy in what way? Oh, you know, it's like I just have memory gaps here and there. Interesting, very interesting. Probably because it was a high-stress situation and everything. How severe memory gaps are we talking here? Isn't this just grasping at straws here, right? What are you intending to prove, exactly? It depends on the witness's answer. It's like, I can remember most of the time there pretty clearly. But there are definitely points where I'm just drawing a blank. Like, even when I was there, I'd suddenly find myself in a room once or twice and think, oh, what time is it? What am I doing here again? Now that I'm actually saying it out loud, it's, pretty concerning, isn't it? It is definitely concerning. Your memory lapse is very concerning when you consider, wait, hold on, I need to stall. I need to see all the content. I'm more interested in why you thought you were kidnapped in the first place. Alright, go back, ask the other question. What happened when the police arrived? All 4 of us gathered in the lounge. We were pretty nervous since it was nearing the final day and all. I think when we heard the banging on the door, we were convinced it was the Fiend. Well, in actuality, it was the good detective, yeah? I mean, detective or not, he was still pretty terrifying. I'm a pretty big guy, and yet I go up to the door and I suddenly see a golem! Oh, so not gonna lie, but the first time he introduced himself, I thought it was some kind of a trick. Yet in the end, you made it back, safe and sound. Suppose so, yeah. You said you were all gathered in the lounge. How long for? A couple hours, maybe more. Why do you ask? No real reason, just curiosity. In which case, I do believe Herr Strange may proceed. Why do you believe? So, what do you mean, you were the fall guy? It's the only thing that really makes sense to me. To get the whole hotel empty, you'd assume to have some connection to the owner. Who better than a son, even an estranged one? I see. Another patsy, then. Another presumes there was an original patsy. Which, may I point out, you have yet to prove yourself as. Nah. In actuality, it was nothing too extravagant, I assure you. I primarily needed a way to get the staff to buzz off for the next few days. I knew it was Jamie's old man, but there's very little info on him. If I was gonna hack his email, I needed something to go off of. Jamie's phone was a goldmine. Got me exactly where I needed to clear the hotel out. After getting that, I originally wasn't gonna keep him around, but... he was the only other guest there, and excluding him would have maybe made him suspicious. Sociopathic rich kids who kidnap people are very in right now. You're saying you did it to divert suspicion off him? Well, having an extra person around wasn't gonna hurt, was it? And another reason was Angel's temper. With Vera being meek and Basil not appearing terribly decisive, I wanted at least one more voice in the group just to stop them from doing anything stupid. Very generous of you. See anything? Hey, you're the one with the eagle eyes, kiddo. I know it's grasping at straws, but there has to be something we've forgotten. Forgotten, you say? Or something we've missed, or something that we can do to prolong the trial. Shima, hello! You may have picked a bad time to show up, we're very late in the case. Praying with me, myself, and I. Hey, there's no shame in that. I got a specific alert for that. Every time you do that, a guy gets kicked in the face, and really, isn't that what life's all about? Anyway, I'm very sorry you showed up when you did. You probably have no idea what's going on right now. 'Cause this is our last shot. No matter what, I won't give up, you hear me? Alright. There. Now, get to the... I hope you had fun. This is great. This case is awesome. You should check it out in your own time. If you're, not gonna play it for yourself. Game creative. That's not what I meant at all. Why would you do that? Man, I set this alert up earlier. Oh, I may do that. Oh, no, I'm concerned. I had a bot set up. There we go. Guess it's really picky about capitalization. Anyway, that's the game we're playing right now. Feel free to drop in if you get a moment. It's absolutely fantastic. And I'm about to fire the spoiler in 3, 2, 1... pills. Oh dear. What do we have here? Think carefully now. This could be another trap. You were drugging them with Nemesine. Why? You tell me. I mean, since you weren't physically there, supposedly, you would have had to have put it in their food and drinks. But if you'd done that, their brains would be completely fried and they shouldn't. Remember... anything. Let me ask you a question. Make this easier for you. I showed you 3 days of complete and total garbage I made up. And you accepted it as the truth. You accepted it with me telling you ahead of time that it was my point of view. Now imagine if I were to do the same thing but not disclose that last part. Suppose I construct a story starring you and feed it to your brain. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't accept it, right? Your brain would reject it on the basis of knowing that your actual memories contradict it. Suppose, however, there were gaps in those memories. And suppose my transmission just filled in those gaps. Suppose I were to do it so efficiently you fail to realize those gaps ever even existed. It can't be. Oh, but it is. The people who got down from that mountain were high as kites on Nemesine. What memories they had disappeared the moment they reached the police station. No doubt they were completely dazed and confused. Luckily, there was me. A person who just so happened to be loitering around the station. A person who managed to fill those gaps in and managed to make them whole again. Well, most of them at least. I didn't realize I missed a few spots with Vera and Jamie. No, but that means no testimony from any of them will help you. Not that the other testimonies in this trial were of much help. Remember our friend Desiree? Oh, poor thing is addicted to Nemesine. The woman had reached somewhat of a midlife crisis that spiraled out of control. It got to the point where she would take a round and then take another one before the 6 hours hit. She'd find the last 6 hours gone without the knowledge of the next 6 would disappear too. Kinda sad, don't you think? It's thanks to her I could experiment this little trick of mine. Her head got so empty that there was basically nothing left in there. Oh, shame you're still here. Well, enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you for showing up. I'm sorry this is probably very confusing for you. I started filling in the blanks just because I felt so sorry for Ron. Although in this case I've used it fully to my advantage. You literally implanted the idea for the bet in her head. And a little bit more. Remember that grand theory of yours about her not taking Nemesine at the club? She took the real deal, sorry to say. Just like you did. Old Olga had nothing to do with it. And the memory of seeing me at the Parkview Hotel with my mask simply did not happen. Similar thing with our friend Lisa and her stranger, I'm afraid. I even did it with you. Remember? It was very early on in this little game of ours. The protective case! Moody, hydrate. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate, Moody. Hold on. Here comes the stretch. Oh god, my spine.
Mierder!
Oh god, that hurts so bad. Maybe get that looked at. Anyway, Moody Presents, welcome to the stream. I don't know why everyone is showing up right at the end when I'm gonna have to, ask if you wanna maybe duck out so you avoid spoilers. But thank y'all for showing up. This is A Turnabout with Too Many Faces by Dwam. It is a fan game. And it's very dramatic. Hi, Nia. Nia, no, haven't you caused enough damage today, damn you! Even though I never went to the museum before. Ow. 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 Even though I never went to the museum before, I somehow knew the mask was in one. Bingo. Of course, who can really say for sure whether or not that's all I've toyed with? Maybe I've been spiking your grape juice bottles for months. Maybe you never even met Desiree at the club and that was just something I made up. Maybe all of this is just something I'm filling your brain with in after the fact. Do you get it, Phoenix? You can't win this. I control the prosecution, the witness statements, and even your emotions. And what do you have? Nothing. A mind reader is controlling the trial, everyone. I'm innocent, I swear. You're despicable. There's a reason why I'm a fiend, don't you know? Sorry, Phoenix. You played a good game. But the deck was stacked against you. Welcome to the showdown. Is this seriously how it ends? What did I even do to you? I guess it doesn't matter. You're right. There's probably no way out for me. However, I am a father. And no matter what happens, I don't intend to abandon her. You were saying her, right? You think you're a god. Given everything you've shown me today, you may very well be. I can't fight that. But I'm Phoenix Wright. The only guy actually dumb enough to try. Your Honor? I know you're listening, but I'm done letting you speak. It's true, I can't seem to get out of these robbery charges. Fine then. I'll find another way to take you down. From everything I can see, there's only one last line of attack I can take here. I'm not sure what it is. Game, you were gonna need to give me something a bit more specific to work with. Can we just call her to the stand? That's not it. Focus, Phoenix! The Magatama. No. The Bitter Cold. Invoke the name of Trucy. Work Ron's case. There we go. The one thing we don't know. At least it doesn't give you a penalty. Yeah, that'd be a bit too mean, even for this game. Now then. Ron's death. For all your mind trickery, you still had to physically kill him yourself, didn't you? If I can just make it be a point of discussion, I may be able to bring you out to the stand. It's a long shot. Especially since Gavin will fight tooth and nail on this. And the only thing the court is interested in right now is the mask. How do I make Ron's murder relevant to the mask's location? Whatever claim I make here will need some kind of indisputable evidence attached to it. And yet I have no new evidence to show. Whatever I do now has to count. It's my last shot. There must be some way out of this madness. I'll see you all in hell. The end. Alright, joking aside. Oh god, what do I do? Do I hedge my bets? Do I... There's a limit to how much we can make out of this single statement. Like, see y'all later, assholes! It was just... I knew it was a joke answer, but it was just so abrupt. It was great. Anyway, for this go-round, I'm gonna hedge my bets. The defense would like to call a witness, Your Honor. I think this might have been the wrong idea. I have no idea who we're actually going to call. We've spoken to everyone worth speaking to at this point. There is nobody left. You're wrong, there's one person left. Now, hold on, I have a thought. If we want to make the case... If we want to make the case that... this is connected to Ron somehow, then we should definitely go with stealing a mask. The defense knows who stole the mask. Naturally, with an explanation to how they pulled it off. Have we not suffered enough here, right? Very well, though, please entertain us for one last time. Who stole the mask? We can't just accuse mysterious culprit whose name we don't know. That's not gonna work on any front. Maybe if we get Desiree on the stand, we can drag this back to Ron? Take that! This is it. Once and for all. This is the person who stole the mask. Okay, how? By pretending to be me, we've been over this. So we have. And how did those discussions end, remind me? Your Honor, it's a real possibility. For God's sake, I'm not advocating we doubt all photographic evidence. Just this one stupid photo. Mr. Wright, please calm down. Or you will be held in contempt of court. I'm not entirely sure what's gotten into you. It was a last-ditch attempt at a bluff, I suppose. Please, it can't end like this. You chose this ending yourself. The minute you stole that mask. I can win. I can win. There's no reason for me to fail. Okay, there's that. I'm pretty sure this much at least is the correct answer. If accusing anybody else is going to get us thrown out in contempt, then maybe, just maybe. I don't really know where I'm going with this, but we gotta zigzag as hard as we possibly can. Take that! I did. I, Phoenix Wright, stole the golden mask. I confess. What? Daddy, no, stop! It's okay, Trucy. I've been beaten down time and time again in this trial. The culprit's burned every part of me. There's nothing left. Which means... it's time to rise from the ashes. Hey, he said the thing, chat. He said the thing. Yes, it's true. I stole the mask. I walked right into the museum and took it. The reason you haven't been able to find it is because I'd given it to this person. Is it Ron? It's Ron. Tie it back. That's right, Ron Delight. Our plan was to sell it to one of its original owner's descendants. Exactly as I remember you speculating at some point, Prosecutor Gavin. I got captured and somebody killed Ron while I was locked away. Given that you didn't find the mask and given our last conversation, Ron managed to hide the mask in a place he and I had agreed to beforehand. That's... You admit it. You actually admit it. Hey, what can I say, Your Honor? Times are pretty tough these days, you know? And where, pray tell, were you and Delight intending to hide the mask? I refuse to say. That is, unless this court grants me one favor. I think you've been given plenty of those. But go on. I want to capture my fallen comrade's killer. I have a short list of potential suspects. All I need to do is confirm my suspicions. I want a chance to solve it. Right here, right now. If I'm right, the killer is the fiend with too many faces. Question Ron's involvement all you want, but you can't question the fiends. They manipulated this court and kidnapped 4 people. Right now, my knowledge is the only thing that will allow you to capture them. So are you gonna play ball? Or are you gonna lose your precious mask forever? November 25th, 1:03 in the morning. You're under arrest, pal. Already arrested, pal. And I'm double arresting you. You've seriously accused me, knowing what you did. That's cause for a triple arrest right there, pal. Yep. Definitely never gonna live this one down, am I? How can I help? Something that's been bothering me. Up until this point, I made a massive leap in logic in assuming Olga was involved. But with some of the things I've just learned, I don't think she had to be. Which makes me all the more curious as to why she's been missing. Why was Ron's body left at the club? That's another thing I can't figure out. On it! It could be dangerous, so take Gumshoe with you. I'm sorry for accusing you. And I'm sorry that I'm lying to the court right now. You're what? It is what it is. Clavier is preparing to present Ron's case. Who does he intend to call on? I don't know that much about it, to be honest with you, pal. And I guess even if he did, it wouldn't be anything truce he hadn't told me already. Witness-wise, the only people to call on would be the gangsters and Silent Sam. Neither of which will be of much help. I have extended the trial, but potentially dug myself into a hole here. How can I possibly figure out where Ron was killed? I'm not entirely sure what's going on here either, to be honest with you. That would make 2 of us. Don't worry, Daddy. We'll figure this out. Oh, most of the things we already have. It's mostly just a question of how on earth we're supposed to prove it. That was Edgeworth. Edgeworth is in the room. He's gonna kill me, isn't he? Yes, and yes. Edgeworth! Hey, what's up? That's about what I expected. Nothing much. Ate dinner, cleaned the apartment, got this Steel Samurai 3 Director's Cut DVD out. And then waited for the person who was supposed to watch it with me. And then, funny thing, I got a phone call. Apparently some idiot had effectively taken a whole trial proceeding hostage. After, of course, confessing to a crime he most certainly did not actually do. And what do you know? It's precisely the man I was waiting for. small world, isn't it, right? I'll go do that thing you asked me to do. Yeah, what she said. Don't leave me. Hey. You. It's good to see you, buddy, old pal, old friend of mine. You told me you had this under control. I did? Probably during the memory lapse. I mean, you know, things sorta got out of hand, but... How out of hand? The culprit is literally able to read minds and implant ideas in other people's heads. Oh. I suppose this explains the voice in my head, clearly pretending to be my own. Right, I want to be very clear about this. I had to pull a lot of strings to get this copy of Steel Samurai 3 Director's Cut. I had to readjust my entire week's schedule to ensure I am free tonight. And I am not postponing it for another day. Especially not for some mind-reading ruffian. You will watch this DVD with me tonight, right? I'm doing the best I can here, I swear. I'll figure this out. You won't do a thing, right? Not without me making sure things get resolved in a timely fashion. Huh? Your nemesis has all but ruined my night, right? I will make them pay. Did I mention the whole scheme was designed to set me up specifically? Then they will pay doubly. A very pissed off Edgeworth has joined your party. Alright. This is it. Final stretch. Court is now back in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright. Before recess, Mr. Wright had fully confessed not only to the crime, but that his co-conspirator Rhonda Light was in possession of the stolen mask. As a result of Mr. Wright's demands, this court has agreed to examine the death of Mr. Delight. However, as far as I am concerned, the case itself is extremely clear. Objection! Your Honor, Mr. Wright retracts his confession. Mr. Edgeworth, and furthermore, the personal attacks the prosecution has been directing are to be noted on record. They were severe enough to drive my client to an emotional breaking point. Your client? It is extremely plain to see that he was not in control of his faculties. This supposed connection between him and Mr. Delight can be very easily shown as non-existent. Well, I believe you yourself are likely aware of that fact already. Chief Prosecutor, just what do you think you're doing, if I may ask? Shaking my head in disappointment over my office's drop in standards. I don't know what personal grudge has led you to this point, Prosecutor Gavin. The fact that any sane person would look at the state of this case and honestly believe there is no clear connection between the individual crimes that surround it baffles me. Hey, it's not his fault, he was literally having his brain overwritten. There is a line between acknowledging coincidence and ignorance. You have chosen the latter so firmly that you don't even know the line exists anymore. I am sure the record will show the attacks being directed against me, Herr Judge. I assure you, I have only done my job here, Chief Prosecutor. If you honestly believe the man next to me would rob a museum, then no, you haven't. especially given the complete lack of decisive evidence on your part. Do you have the mask? You do not. Do you have a single witness to show Mr. Wright used his connections of his to get the details of the museum's security? You do not. Do you have a single shred of evidence to confirm that the person on camera and this fake angel star worked independently? You do not. You all can't see because I had to crop it to fit in the window, but our credibility meter is refilling. 3 days and you have nothing conclusive to show for it. And what little evidence you do have? Laughable, quite frankly. Ms. Delight's testimony? Someone who supposedly cannot even admit to meeting my client earlier in the night. Who just happened to see my client with the mask at the exact right time. Whose husband, who according to you has nothing to do with any of this, was found dead at my client's workplace. Now, Mr. Gavin, I think it is safe to say you have not done your job. And if there is a voice in the back of your head telling you otherwise, I suggest you tune it out. I am the chief, and right now I am the voice of your conscience. Understand? I... Fear not. We will set this right. Here and now. You have made the preparations to outline the case of Ron Delight's murder for us, correct? Naturally. Straighten up at once, you may yet be redeemed. Rest assured, Mr. Wright is equally responsible for the state this case has ended up in. Now then, show me your resolve. Banned or no, you're not washed up yet, surely. No, I'm not. This concert isn't over yet. Herr Judge, we are prepared to take a further look into Herr Delight's death. Herr Wright's retracted confession aside, the prosecution does see merit in investigating it. This is only, of course, as a matter of thoroughness. The prosecution still firmly sees Herr Wright as the singular suspect. Well, the defense disagrees. Oh, good lord, is this the level of competence you've been presenting up until now? What do you expect me to say? You're exerting too much power. Edgeworth too strong, please nerf. My, you really have gotten rusty in your old age. I see some level of agreement has been reached here. Well, in that case, this court will accept Mr. Wright's retraction. Prosecutor Gavin, please present us with the details of Mr. Delight's death. Cool. Herr Delight's body. I see Clavier's courtroom etiquette is impeccable as ever. Herr Delight's body materialized in the basement of the Borscht Bowl Club out of thin air. Mr. Gavin, are you alright? Your accent wasn't that thick a few seconds ago. Blame the actor. At least that's how it appears to be. Two gangsters have a meeting with the club staff member manning the door on the outside. Before the two gentlemen showed up, the room was checked and nobody was found. At the time the two men entering, they had nothing of note on them, least of all a body. After the two men left, the body was found. The room contains a secret passage, but it's been sealed off. In other words, a locked room mystery to some extent. Oh boy, my favorite. God, Phoenix, you're such a buzzkill. To master the art of crime, one must first master the locked room, right? You know, if I ever got back into law for real, I was thinking of being more of a civil lawyer. You do know a good amount of civil disputes end in murder these days, don't you? Why did everyone turn into animals? Did a doctor not run you over with his car just recently? Well, no, it's more like he flung me across the sky. The autopsy showed Hadelight had likely been killed in another location. Time of death is estimated to have been the day before, between 2 and 3 a.m. How and why he was brought to the club currently remains a mystery. That's all she wrote. Miss Skye in her report, I mean. As this is all rather short notice, I could not get her to come to the stand. We have, however, tracked down the woman watching the door. Sam Cardenio, aka Silent Sam. The prosecution calls her to the stand. You've got to be kidding me. You're Silent Sam? No, there's no need to shout here, right? Our friend Silent Sam may be deaf, but it won't make much of a difference. Perfectly capable of reading lips, thankfully. Phoenix, didn't you say you've met her before when we were first looking at this case? What the hell, man? You inconsolable fuck up. Is this her, then? It has to be. How can you say for sure? It could be another mind trick. Ah, damn it, that's not wrong. The only time I've ever seen her face is in her visions. And in the lobby, but that could have been Sam acting on behalf of the culprit. Fear not. We'll reach the truth. Don't get too carried away with stray thoughts. Fraulein Cardenio, you have been called here to testify about what happened on the night you found the body. Of course, a horrible experience. Two clients asked to reserve the hideout. A bit short notice, but we figured it was fine. I cleaned the room, checked to make sure everything was fine. No body. I stood outside the door and let the two in. They were in there for a few minutes, tops. I come back in and the body's there, sitting in a chair dressed in this silly costume. Why I see it, it had to have been the two of them. They dragged the body through the little window that looks in from the hallway to the basement. Due to my disability, I failed to notice what they were doing. Out of curiosity, right, did you consider something similar to the theory she's proposing? Well, yeah, actually, great, let's proceed with cross-examination. But since when are you one to rush in? You need any follow-up questions? This seems clear as day to me. I leave it in your hands. Alright, yeah. I got this. I think. Alright. When the culprit's on the stand, this should be close to the end. Objection! Changed my mind. Culprit or not, she's clearly aligned with the people who threw you in jail. No mercy. Gee, thanks, Edgeworth. Ms. Cardenio, I ask you to admit to planting the body now and save yourself some embarrassment. Pardon? Thank you for the hydrate redeem, Tommy. Your idea of how the body got into the room is impossible. The window in the hideout cannot be opened. The defense rests. But since when? Since I had texted Miss Skye to try and open it before the trial resumed. In other words, it is impossible to move the body through it. And my understanding from Miss Skye is that the secret passage has been sealed off. With your own testimony confirming the body was not there beforehand, you have effectively admitted to placing it there. The window doesn't open. You're joking, right? Why don't you read my mind and find out? Following Cardenia's own testimony, however, is what places her as a prime suspect. Why on earth would she form this testimony if she was the one behind it? An excellent question. The simplest answer being that she likely had no choice but to give it. Why had the body been placed in the club to begin with? I believe the answer is similar. Suppose that Mr. Delight had been killed somewhere in the club. The culprit, likely panicking, would have wanted to hide it. What better place than the hideout? The secret passage may be sealed, but that does not mean there's no hiding spots. While the two gangsters met, the body was simply in the room with them. After all, we have only Miss Cardenia's word on her having ensured nobody was hiding about. After the clients left, Miss Cardenia went to move the body, exactly according to my first ever theory. Man, I'm a genius. At this stage, something must have happened to force her to abandon her attempts. Or rather, force her to leave the body in the hideout, presenting as if she'd just found it. Someone had walked in on her. Someone like Olga Orley. That explains why she's in hiding. She's a witness. And then a live one in all likelihood. Alright, boys, turning into a cocky detective. Hey, come on, you all were there. You all saw it. I earned this one. After all, had Fraulein Cardenia actually managed to capture her, she would have never given her testimony in the first place. But the fact that she did shows that she panicked. Not knowing where Olga was left a high chance that she might have called the police. Quite a problem. With only a single way out. If she called them first, saying she'd found the body, she would have been able to try to pass the thing off as a misunderstanding. All that planning, all that cunning. Only to be undone by a mistake like that. I mean, don't be ridiculous. I mean, just what? What? What do you think you're doing, Phoenix? Well, judging by that reaction, I'd say we got the right person here, alright. Well, that confidence just gone in an instant. Guess you are pretty good at getting people to see what you want them to see. I would have never guessed you were probably terrified out of your mind this entire time. Let me ask you a question. What happened to Ron wasn't part of the plan, was it? Shut up. Oh, sure. You were probably gonna take care of it at some point. After all, you probably really wanted for Basil to testify about seeing him at the hotel. However, his death was a complete train wreck and you know it. Hey, could you quiet your thoughts for a second? I'm trying to think here. Do I hear a bit of a temper? Yeah, control freaks usually have one. Yeah, I must have gone into overdrive when you and Ron got into that argument that night. You realized when he was pretending to be me that he got into the camera shot. Right as you were disabling the security system. And that solves just about all contradictions between the two parties' lack of coordination. It was an honest mistake, and you killed him to shut him up. It was our mistake of assuming a perfect plan. There was no grand design at work here. In the heat of the moment, you just lost control and killed him without thinking. And that's when it started falling apart. Your whole perfectly stupid plan, undone by a few minutes of poor timing. Stop it. Stop it! You think you got me? My plan's stupid, don't be ridiculous. The feed still isn't finished. Oh, I don't know about that, Fraulein Fiend. Why are you here? Your mind must be in quite the disarray, Fraulein Fiend. I forgot to hit your internal mute button. Oh, I must say it's so much easier to discern your voice when it isn't pretending to be mine. You stupid poser, why couldn't you get it done? You really think you got me here? Over something as stupid as Ron's death? Well, I'm going to have to disappoint you. Alright, let's see how the worms wriggle. You know, Phoenix, I've told you plenty of lies throughout all this. The fortune-telling part was true enough, though. So was the part about my sister. She haunts me. I don't know why she'd haunt me. Like we were ever too close. After all, she was a murderer. Killed one of my other sisters. Killed a lot of people. You should apparently already know that, though. You were the one who got away. And now she won't let me go until I get back at you. Do you see the lengths I've had to go to just to appease her? Alive for now, but good as dead. That went very quickly, that wasn't me. Alright, rip to the VOD. Here we go. Looks like I've got no choice. I didn't kill anyone, and I can prove that by confessing that I'm the Fiend. Seriously, Joy, I'm working your audio balancing. Ron was killed on the morning of the 22nd, right? I was testifying as Star at that exact same time. The ones who actually killed Ron were Olga, really. I believe it was an accident. I covered for her. Furthermore, none of this changes the main fact. It was Phoenix Wright who stole the mask. Under normal circumstances, I would admire the determination. Needless to say, these are anything but. Finish this right. With pleasure. Even if I go down for this, there's no way you'll just walk away, Phoenix. The plan's at least that perfect. There is no such thing as a perfect plan, Fraulein Fiend. Besides, your plan stopped being perfect a long while ago. Reading all those minds, it must leave your own thought process quite open to contamination. That, I believe, was your biggest mistake. You were doomed the moment you stepped foot in the brain of any of my friends. Ready for the showdown, Sam? Even if you beat me here, she will get you someday. We already beat her in the afterlife once, being our puny mortal selves. Even when we're all long dead, she'll keep on losing to us. She wants you, she can have you, because you're done for. If you think I'm bluffing, then go ahead and look at my hand. Royal Flush. Alright. I hope you realize that you're also confessing to the kidnapping with this too. Something which also carries a pretty hefty prison sentence, mind you. Not as heavy as murder. Unless that's proven as well. How exactly did you get involved in this thief business anyway? You clearly knew the delights, didn't you? I guess it doesn't matter now, does it? Before I was Sam Cardenio, I was Sam Hawthorne. I despised the name long before my dear sister dragged it through the mud. My father was a jewel dealer. A jewel dealer who had a child with the ability to read people's minds. And I guess that little part I hinted at wasn't a lie either. I can't lie about that. My sister faked her kidnapping and stole a jewel from him. That hurt him. What hurt him even more was when Mask to Mask stole the rest of the collection. But what hurt him the most was that I had caught the thief and read his mind, and let him go. That was how Ron and I met. Soon after I met his wife. They were a good couple. I liked them. But she was a thrill seeker and he was too nice of a guy at heart to realize thievery wasn't for him. While the good times were rolling though, I changed my name. Ron took me as an apprentice and taught me everything I needed to know. I became an artist. It wasn't just the kindness of his heart. He wanted to retire, but also to leave a legacy. Some punks had already ruined the name of Mask to Mask by adding numbers to it. I was going to be the next real deal. Desiree's addiction started to get worse, though. And soon there was nothing left of her and him. I knew it was time. The Golden Mask was supposed to be his last heist. A quiet send-off. And nobody would even know it was a mask-to-mask caper. He knew nothing about my real intentions, of course. From all this talk, it sounds like he was someone who considered you a friend. And yet you used his wife to test out your powers. Then you killed him in cold blood. I don't think you're listening. I didn't kill him. I couldn't have. Ron was killed on the morning of the 22nd, right? I was testifying as Star at that exact time. That does match with what's in the autopsy report, I guess. But hardly an obstacle in the grand scheme of things. Think, Harrites. There is more than one way for a time of death to be manipulated. See, this is insulting you're even asking. I believe it was the chief prosecutor who suggested Delight was killed in the Borscht Club. Tell me, Harrites. What is the main atmosphere at said club? It's cold, of course. And how does the cold affect the decomposition process? You know, I didn't even know this was going to come up when I explained this to you all earlier. That was just happy convenience. Enough to the point. It could tamper with the time of death. And just like that, the time estimated in this report becomes obsolete. For all we know, you killed Herr Delight between the heist and testifying in the trial. Unless, of course, you can provide us with an alibi for that time. Whatever. It doesn't matter, I know I didn't kill him. And we know better. Your mental image seems to be going to pieces. Oh, no, actually killed Ron was Olga. I see you're trying very hard to create a he-shed, she-shed type of situation. You think you've had enough time to come up with a convincing narrative? Ron and I were supposed to meet that night at the club. After I finished playing the role of Angel Star, I went to the hideout. I found Olga O'Reilly standing over him with a knife in her hand. And you didn't call the police. Oh, sure I did. Right after I helped her rearrange the scene. She said he startled her. Of course he did, since he wasn't supposed to be there. Ron, with his meek personality, couldn't explain himself and tried to calm her down. She overreacted. Being the good Samaritan that I am, I decided to cover for her. Sorry, let me prove that to be a lie right here and now. Is it the autopsy report itself? You just contradicted the facts, I'm afraid. You found Ron and Olga in the hideout. I guess that's the only place you would think of where she would have stabbed him by mistake. But it won't work. Forensics already established that wasn't the scene of his murder. Well, thanks for the tip. I'll be sure to come up with something better when I say this out loud. You seem to be under the impression you're not saying anything out loud at the moment. I guess your mind really is splitting into two. You just made this exact same mistake back on the stand. What? No, that's the truth. You're trying to crawl into yourself the further we push you to the core. You had your fun. You thought you were the smartest person in the room. But the parlor tricks don't work anymore. We're stronger than we look. No, wait, I... You guys are forgetting the most important thing, though. None of this changes the main fact. It was Phoenix Wright who stole the mask. I didn't. Oh, well, with a defense like that, I'm not sure how this trial went on for so long. You know, I've had this thought. And I'm sure you know what it is, given, you know. But I just can't stop thinking about what I did for those 6 hours, you know? Let's see. The first thing you did after taking the Nemesine... was it checking into this hotel? With me taking Nemesine at around 7:40, and given the blizzard outside, plus the things I'd actually planned before taking the drug, I had to have immediately gone to the Parkview Avenue Hotel. My plan at the time was just to hole myself up. I can isolate myself, I can give myself some kind of an alibi. Doesn't that lead to a problem? If you isolate yourself completely, how does anyone vouch for your alibi? That's the thing that never made any sense. I should have surrounded myself with people, yet clearly nobody can attest to my movements. But then I got to thinking something else. Yeah, I see that look on your face. It's been a long time since I've seen it on someone this clearly. What if someone had been in that hotel room with me? It would have been someone I had some familiarity with. Now, most of the people I know and would have trusted have shown their faces up to this point. Clearly I hadn't picked them. I think that's partially due to the snowstorm. I didn't want them needing to go out for me. That means I had to grab someone who was on hand at the time. Someone who I would later get to vouch for me if things ever went south. Oh, that someone clearly hasn't stepped forward yet. Evidently not. And that alone tells us who that person is. Olga Orley. On the first night, she probably wasn't aware I'd been arrested. I guess she would have stepped out just a little before the police barged in. Or maybe she was there but chose to hide, being unsure of why I was being arrested. If I was an actual criminal, being caught with me would have been a bad position for a gambler. And if the chief prosecutor is right, she would later go on to witness Hair Delight's death, sending her into hiding. And the reason she hasn't stepped up in my defense is because she's afraid. She's afraid of Cardenio coming after her. There's no way that's actually true. I guess not even you would have a way of knowing for sure, would you? You were nowhere near me for most of the 6 hours. By the time you got to me in the courtroom, it was just barely too late. My mind had already been wiped. This is just wishful thinking, nothing more. For the first time since taking that pill, this is a bet I'm willing to make. And that's all she wrote. It's a long way back from the edge of the cosmos. Truths once known never come unknown. I learned that lesson lives ago. To die for good, it must be earned. The ways of death can never be learned, and the life I've lived is only dust. The darkness comes for all of us. And that's all she wrote. I wish I could say this is revenge. I wish I could say the words on my tongue are mine to give. I have been killed twice over now, and there is nothing within me but the emptiness. My life has been chained to an ancient master. Will the curse be reversed if I say it backwards? Know this, it will never end. You are not yourself, and you will never be yourself. Just like me, them, and the others. You are trapped within a small box inside a bigger box. Alive for now, but good is dead. Do you truly not hear it? The voice hiding in the radio waves. You can never leave this place. I am trapped in the plane beyond, haunting her. You are trapped here, haunting yourself. Which one of us has it worse, I wonder? This is all you will ever be. This is the best you can do. The story of a broken attorney picking himself back up. You have learned. Nothing. And they're all dead now, hooray. Mr. Wright and Mr. Gavin are both resting in their respective lobbies, Your Honor. General shock aside, their condition, as far as I can tell, is stable. Oh, thank goodness. Under normal circumstances, I would postpone the trial until they recovered. However, the matter is at this point beyond clear to me. Miss Cardenio was the fiend. She masterminded the theft of the golden mask and had Ron Delight impersonate Mr. Right. To make this scheme possible, she also kidnapped the main players in her impersonation game. When Mr. Right was on the verge of foiling the scheme, she panicked, releasing the four. This pressure was no doubt brought about by her murdering of Mr. Delight. Yes, of course, quite simple. And what is Miss Cardenia's condition, Mr. Edgeworth? She has been taken to the hospital yet to regain consciousness. According to the paramedics, she suffered some kind of a seizure on the stand. Either way, we will no doubt have the location of the mask shortly after she wakes up. There is nowhere for her to run to, after all. All this said, there is only one matter to be resolved in this case. You. Right. Me. Look, I'll keep this short. Wright and I played poker in a hotel room all the way until 9:45 or so. The only reason we stopped was because I hopped down to the convenience store. When I came back, he was totally gone. How was I supposed to know the police got him? Or that he'd been tried that very night, huh? It had been 4 days. Yeah, and on the second one, I had to go into hiding because I saw Silent Sam dragging a corpse. I was scared for my life. Sure didn't look scared when we found you, pal. Oh, trust me, I was plenty terrified of a golem and a little girl playing dress-up. Something tells me, Ms. Orley, that had you not witnessed Miss Cardenio's crime, you still would have delayed your testimony. After all, had Wright been found innocent and won his bet, he would have been a rich man. Oh, now that's an unprovable insinuation if ever I've heard one. You think me so terrible. I think you should give us the evidence that clears Daddy. Of course. Just to be clear though, Wright won't be getting any money. Now, pal. Ah, jeez, okay, fine, I'm only kidding. Here. Wright had me take a photo of us every 10 minutes. There's video, too. Note the timestamp on the photo, the clock in the background, and the TV in the background. Miss Sky has confirmed the footage as genuine. And that was fast. If that's not an airtight alibi, I don't know what is. Well, given this case, I would be inclined to doubt if that is truly Mr. Wright. However, with your testimony, I will accept this as evidence of Mr. Wright's innocence. And with this, I say we bring this trial to a close. On the charges of theft, this court finds the defendant, Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Out of sync, but not guilty. This court is adjourned. All of you get out of my sight. What a production. Went until 3 in the morning. How are we holding up? You should have seen the other guy. That doesn't even make any sense. You don't make any sense. Congrats on the victory, Daddy. Yeah, basically earned it after accusing yourself in there. I can't believe I've given Gumshoe 2 reasons to lord over me. Herr Wright. Herr Gavin. Good to see you on your feet. I am going to assume today was a product of my insanity and lock it away eternally. Honestly, it sounds like a plan. Thank you for your help back there. All in a day's work, yeah? Granted I had the courtesy of common sense, maybe I could have pulled the brake sooner. And neither of us were exactly in our right minds. Truce then? So it shall be. Not exactly looking like you're in a celebratory mood. I'm just thinking about what she saw back there. Who she was talking to. Pardon? Sorry, nothing. You know, Edgeworth, we both seen things that are stranger than fiction. We know there are things waiting for us after we die, right? But what is it? What does it look like? Nobody says what the color of walls in the afterlife is, you know? And such matters are of no interest to us anyway. We are of the living. When we die, we'll see for ourselves. What if there's something or someone horrible waiting for us there? Then let's hope you'll hold out long enough for me to get to you. Wow, that's actually kind of romantic. Oh, shut up. Well, we've still got a few hours till daylight. Just enough time to watch a DVD, right? Oh, that is much more romantic. Oh, shall we then? Hello? Is anyone out there? Of course not. This is my head. And this is my life. Whether a gambler or a lawyer, I know who I am. And when I find myself adrift in the cosmos, when I face all the horrible truths waiting for me on the other side, I know I won't be alone. Until then, one step at a time. Alive for now. You really gotta grease those doors, I mean really. And that was A Turnabout with Too Many Faces by DWAM. I hope you all enjoyed, because that was probably the best fan game I've played on this channel thus far. I mean, granted, we haven't done a lot. And there were quite a few. Hey, Dwam. It's good to see ya. Yeah. Glad you had a good time, Doctor. I did, Tommy. It really had a bit of everything. So I managed to finish it all today. I mean, you say somehow as though we didn't go for 5 hours. Anyway, that was much more... Hold on, stretching. That was much more respectful of the original... sort of Ace Attorney franchise... like, lore and characterization than Dwam's previous games. In addition to having an incredibly solid mystery. Yep, the cover of Edgar Allan Poe's The Golden Mask. And of course there's some Bowie, which means we are not in fact going to be able to monetize this VOD. I forgot to hydrate, hold on one second. There, I did it. Yeah, introducing supernatural aspects like that halfway through the case is always a bit of a surprise, but I think they navigated that one as well as it possibly could. Do we have a post-credit sequence? Will Phoenix Wright return in A Turnabout with 3 many faces? And believe me, I've seen it. I've seen the end of the world. I had stared at it for a long while. I saw neither the gates of heaven nor hellfire. I saw only myself. Only it wasn't really me. I don't think so, at least. Her faces were many. In spite of not really having one, I don't think. What now, she asked me. Ronnie's gone, she told me. And she was right. He was gone. And the only thing I wanted to do was forget. That was the thing, though, wasn't it? It was the one thing I knew I could never forget. Who are you? I asked myself. How was I supposed to answer that? Who am I without him? Who was I to push him away like I did? The other me told me about people hiding in the radio waves. Ronnie, if you're hiding there by any chance... Alright, show of hands, what do we think it's gonna be? What do we think it's gonna be? Will it be romantic? Will it be philosophical? Will it be disappointing? Probably not this late in. I promise. I'll never forget again. Every minute I've lost, I'll take them all back. You'll see. I'll count them together. Whenever we meet up again. Until then... Didn't Desiree say she was thinking of dying? Well, evidently she's changed her mind. And I think that's all for the better. Anyway, this went way over time what I was expecting. My throat kinda hurts, so we're calling it here. Tonight's raid partner will be Competitor Eva, a actual friend and Discord mutual. Recently returned from a long hiatus. Please be nice to her. Take care, everybody. Goodbye.
So if you're ever feeling